Lixesha lokokuba elowo nalowo azithandazele ngokuthe cwaka eziyaleza enkosini yakhe. There will now be a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Honorable Premier, and I've been advised also that in the House there is going to be an acting Premier, because we all know that Honorable Premier and Honorable MEC for Finance are invited to Pretoria to meet the head of state. I also acknowledge them because they have joined virtually. In case of any eventuality, we are going to proceed unhindered in case the meetings there keeps them highly involved. Therefore, acting Premier, as it is the protocol, I recognize you and the executive members that are present here, Honorable Chief Whip and Deputy, Honorable MECs, leader of political parties, and honored members of the House. I think we all know, and I just want to remind that the chamber is still undergoing repairs to deal with ICT challenges we have been experiencing, and as such, honored members, we still have, as an interim measure, sought services of the service provider to assist us in the chamber with a system in order to support this hybrid, both physical as well as electronic plenaries. Honourable members should therefore not be alarmed by the presence of the staff of the service provider inside the chamber, as the permission has been granted by the Honourable Speaker in terms of powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Members are further advised that only 2 microphones can be on at any given point in time, that of the presiding officer and the member speaking. As such, members are requested to please minimize switching on and off the microphones unless recognized by the presiding officer, as this will interfere with the microphone of the presiding officer. Honourable members are also requested not to leave the earphones with the earphones, as these are for use only inside this chamber. As we are moving with our program, honourable members, I will also acknowledge dignitaries that have joined us here when time is appropriate to do so. But all our guests in the gallery, our visitors, members of the media, both electronic and print, are well acknowledged. Niziveke into zakuthi kusekhaya kule nyanga yeDwarha. Sinethemba into kokuba imigquba neenkozo zombona zilungele ufakwa phansi komhlaba kuba sele unuka ivumba ngenxa yemvula ewayo. Honourable members, are there any notices of motion? Let me recognize Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you and the honorable members as well as the guests. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that despite the provisions of the standing rules of procedure of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that the House approves the rearrangement of the order paper for the House plenary session of the 10th of October 2023 to now appear as outlined below. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. I put the motion. Thank you very much. I will now recognize Honourable Fihlani.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House observe that from the 1st to the 31st of October 2023, it is reserved for the Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and that this designation in South Africa reflects a nationwide drive by public and private healthcare structures to raise awareness of this debilitating disease across all races and class structures. Acknowledge that the incidence of breast public and private healthcare structures to raise among South African women is increasing, and it is one of the most common cancers amongst women in South Africa. It is the most prevalent cancer amongst white and Asian women, and the second most common cancer among black and colored women. Note that we recently lost the former President Nelson Mandela's granddaughter, Zoleka Mandela, on the 25th of September 2023 to cancer. She was receiving ongoing treatment for the metastatic cancer to the hip, liver, lung, pelvis, brain, and spinal cord. What many people are not aware of is that she started off with being diagnosed with breast cancer, and it escalated to other cancers. May her beautiful soul continue to rest in peace. Realize that early detection of the condition can lead to the effective treatment and a positive prognosis. Know that 90% of patients survive for many years after diagnosis when breast cancer is detected at the early stages. Also know that breast examination and mammograms are key to early detection. Acknowledge that presenting yourself early for treatment may result in more effective treatment, leading to a reduction in pain and suffering and a significant decrease in the loss of life. Urge the members of the public to encourage them to wear pink, to raise awareness, and also raise money in support of charities that assist those that have been diagnosed with breast cancer. Know that the World Health Organization considers October to be the pink month, as it is a month where efforts to educate those concerned about the disease, including early identification and signs and symptoms associated. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. I put the motion, honorable members. Honorable Malamlela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House notes with dismay the rate of vandalism of the tombstones of the graves at Cambridge Cemetery, which falls under Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality. This refers to the graves of our heroes who were part of armed struggle in pursuit of liberation of the people of South Africa under the yoke of colonialism of a special type and system of apartheid. Acknowledges that some of these tombstones are those of Mondem Kungwana, Kolisi Leslie Slamba Jaiya, who were both ex-Robben Island prisoners. Saba Mkabuko Nyongolo, who was a member of MK Special Unit, which was under the direct command by the late Joe Slovo, a member of MK High Command and a senior member of South African Communist Party. Further acknowledges that the other vandalized tombstone was that of the prominent boxer in Danzane Township, Buffalo City, and former student activist at the University of Fort Mzuki Siwandaboy Square. Square had contributed immensely in elevating boxing sport to the point of that East London became mega boxing sport in South Africa. Notes that these tombstones were erected through the assistance of the Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, who had exhumed some of the remains from neighboring countries, while some were resourced by the Department of Military Veterans, which also offered tombstones. Also notes that the preservation of our liberation heritage suggests keeping the graves of our heroes in good shape. We therefore call on the Buffalo City Metro Municipality to consider allocating a piece of land for the establishment of a heroes ark, which would encompass all those who paid the supreme price towards freedom, peace, and democracy. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malamlela. May I request the technical team to please attend to the audio, the voice. The Premier is complaining. I don't know whether that has been sorted. The voice is too low or it is too smart for my legal ears. Ngondi lapha. And has no new salana kancinci. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I also move in terms of Rule 130 that the House observe that the African National Congress would like to congratulate Africa Healthcare for its second project in the Eastern Cape. The company is currently building a hospital in Mthatha for specialized healthcare services. Notes that this follows on a successful Royal Buffalo Specialist Hospital in East London, a facility which is a stone throw away from the Frey Hospital. Together with East London Eye Care Hospital, these privately run facilities augur well with the state's national health insurance. Also note that the NHI does require specialist areas, while the health department shall continue with primary health care services to the communities. Private sector providers are therefore critical partners in driving NHI vision and its objectives. Thus, many of them embrace and fully support the program. Acknowledge that the Herolim Private Hospital shall, on its completion, offer over 70 beds to a population-dense district with a huge shortage of beds, alleviating pressure from both public and private healthcare facilities. According to the specialist, Dr. Mkhuseli Mashi, who represents the company, the demand for a new hospital was so evident as the demand is so high. This has further been corroborated by research studies conducted. Appreciate that the facility shall offer the catheterization laboratory, a specialized procedure room used for the examination and intervention of cardiac conditions in patients. It will complement Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital's cardiac unit, a state-of-the-art facility which receives patients by way of referrals. Knows that the hospital is multidisciplinary, not disciplinary, as it offers areas such as cardiology, obstetrics, and gynecology, neurology, amongst others. In addition to the hospital, which as a procedure receive operational license from government after rigorous process, shall offer specialist training to the medical officers. This suggests that through private-public partnerships, Walter Sisulu Medical School shall be able to have some of their students trained at the Herolim Hospital. Further note that this project comes at the knees of the Eastern Cape's Health Department, which has recently opened Hutsong Tibu Hospital in Matatiele to help communities. Alfred Nzo District, together with OR Tambo, were selected as NHI pilots, which provided lessons to the further processes. Recognize that the private facility which provides jobs during and after construction phase is owned by black people. This augurs well with the ANC's economic transformation agenda enshrined in the 2019 ANC manifesto and all other its critical documents. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable members, I will first request you to accept the honorable motion of Honorable Malamlela, a notice without motion. I put. Agreed. The motion now of Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, I put. Thank you very much. Honorable Vimbayo. Switch on, please. It's on as a mom. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House note the Eastern Cape plays a pivotal role in South Africa's automotive industry, contributing significantly to the national economy and job creation, and further notes that this recent announcement of a substantial 3 billion investment in the Eastern Cape automotive sector by Stellantis represents a significant milestone in the province, and acknowledge that this investment has the potential to stimulate economic growth, hence competitiveness, create job opportunities, and bolster the development of critical infrastructure in the Eastern Cape, and further acknowledges that it is imperative for this esteemed House to recognize and support initiatives that contribute to economic development and job creation, particularly in regions like the Eastern Cape that are facing socio-economic challenges. Therefore, I move that this House commends the decision by Stellantis to invest 3 billion in the Eastern Cape automotive industry, recognizing the potential positive impact of the provincial and national economy. Acknowledge the strategic importance of the Eastern Cape as a hub for the automotive sector, contributing significantly to South Africa's industrialization and export capabilities. Encourages further collaborations between government and relevant stakeholders to facilitate the successful implementation of this investment, including the development of necessary infrastructure and the creation of a supportive business environment for its success. Emphasizes the importance of local job creation and skills development as key components of the investment success, and urges that that mechanism be put in place to ensure that these benefits are maximized for the people of the Eastern Cape. Requests regular progress reports on the implementation of the investment from the relevant government departments and agencies to ensure transparency and accountability in the process. Lastly, Deputy Speaker encourages other potential investors to consider the Eastern Cape as a favorable investment destination that can contribute to the economic growth of the province and South Africa as a whole. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vimbayo. Honorable Kasim.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Rules that this House, noting 1, the ongoing gang violence and killings in the northern areas of Gqeberha that has claimed countless lives. 2, 14-year-old Kirtley Rousseau was struck by a stray bullet whilst playing with a soccer ball outside of his home in June 2023. 3, the senseless killing of the young up-and-coming soccer player Larrigan Finnis, who was fatally shot in the back in July 2023. 4, the shocking and senseless murder of 89-year-old Sophie Erasmus, who was tied up in a home in West End and brutally beaten and killed. 5, the senseless murder of 19-year-old Varushka Nell, who was shot when 2 gunmen entered her home. 6, the 5 people fatally shot in Galvandale in September of 2023. 7, the 6 people killed in one day in the northern areas in October of 2023. And 8, the senseless killings of physically impaired individual in Galvandale. Further noting that the above listings are not isolated incidents, but rather indicative of the ongoing lawlessness, gang violence, and chaos that has plagued the northern areas of Gqeberha on a daily basis. That 361 shooting incidents related to gang violence were reported from 2021 to 2023, 319 of which were reported in the northern areas. that 180 individuals were killed due to these shooting incidents, of which 22 were children, that a further 181 individuals were injured due to these shooting incidents, of which 39 were children, that 159 gang-related murders were reported from 2021 to 2023, 139 of which were reported in the northern areas, and that a further 227 gang-related attempted murders were reported during the period 2021 to 2023, of which 201 were in the northern areas. That this House therefore resolves that the MEC for Community Safety to convene a crime and safety summit which should include SAPS, NMB Safety and Security, Provincial Safety and Security, the Hawks, Crime Intelligence, IPID, Correctional Services, the NPA, Neighborhood Watch Groups and Patrols, CPFs, councillors, church leaders, as well as NGOs and MPOs working in the northern areas of Gqeberha, urgently and no later than within 60 days to discuss ideas and present plans that can be put in place to curb the ongoing gang violence, substance abuse and crime that continues to plague the residents of the northern areas. 2, that the MSC for Community Safety to request the Minister of Police to assist the crime-ridden Nelson Mandela Bay by doubling the number of members allocated to the anti-gang unit, assigning the best detectives from around the country to support SAPS in NMB, and deploying the SAPS National Intervention Unit or Special Task Force in the northern areas, and strengthening crime intelligence and increasing police visibility. 3, that the Provincial Commissioner of SAPS, together with the Department of Community Safety, considers investing in drone technology to be used as part of the anti-gang unit operations. And 4, that the Provincial Commissioner of SAPS, together with the Department of Community Safety, consider rolling out shot spotter technology to the other parts of the northern areas where gang-related activities are of a concern. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kassim. Honorable Zibonda.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move a motion without notice in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Rules to congratulate one of our sporting icons, Siyamthanda Kolisi, who ran out to lead our nation as the Springboks captain for the 50th time against Tonga at the Rugby World Cup on the 1st of October 2023. Siya Kolisi has been a beacon of hope to many young boys and girls in our country, especially in the Eastern Cape. His inspirational journey from the streets of Zwide in Gqeberha to making his Springbok international test debut in 2013 will be recorded in history. The story of Siya Kolisi is one that would love to see in many of our rising stars in the province. Like Kwanda Dimaza, the son of Honorable Dimaza, who plays for the Pumas. We look forward, Honorable Dimaza, to that day we deliver such a congratulatory statement for Kwanda. Siyamthanda Kolisi led the Springboks for the first time as the nation's captain in 2018 against England at a full to capacity Ellis Park Stadium in Johannesburg. A historic day indeed, as he became the first black captain since the unbanning of South Africa from World Rugby. Siya went on to the following year to win and lift the 2019 Rugby World Cup held in Japan. Siya has only been one of 3 Springbok captains in history to win the World Cup and seeks to retain the trophy as the defending champions. In a province which we proudly name the home of the legends, the House would agree that Siya has lived up to the status of being recognized as one of our living legends. Sitikuwe Gwashu, Glias, Kokele. Therefore, the House resolves that we congratulate Siya Kolisi on his historic milestone, which he has achieved, and wish Amabokoboko well in their quest to retain the Rugby World Cup. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, I will now first table Honorable Kassim in terms of Rule 130 without notice. I put.
Agreed.
I will now put Honorable Zibonda, Rule 130, a motion without notice. I put. Thank you very much, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, we are progressing now to members' statements. There are 2 statements that are officially received. Honorable Makashela.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings once again. On behalf of the ANC caucus in the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, I rise to acknowledge and commend the recent audit outcomes presented by the Auditor General South Africa for the year 2022-2023. The audit outcomes confirm that provincial government is in the right direction, as 15 of the audited provincial government departments and entities received clean audit opinions. This demonstrated our province's commitment to transparency, accountability, and efficient financial management. Additionally, 5 departments and entities received unqualified opinions with findings indicating that while progress has been made, there is still room for improvement. One notable achievement is the transformation of the Office of the Premier, which transitioned from an unqualified audit with findings to a clean audit. This accomplishment is particularly significant as the Office of the Premier holds a central role in leading the provincial administration. However, addressing the concerns raised regarding the audit outcomes of several key departments and the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency is essential. The Provincial Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Transport, and the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency have experienced a regression in their audit outcomes. As representatives of the people, we must take these matters seriously and work diligently to rectify them. The NC Caucus acknowledges the need for immediate attention, particularly in crucial service delivery portfolios and state-owned enterprises. To this end, we are committed to exercising vigorous oversight and ensuring that the various departments implement the Auditor General's recommendations as part of comprehensive audit improvement plans for the respective departments. It remains our constitutional mandate to ensure that public funds are managed efficiently and directed towards the betterment of our communities. Furthermore, it is heartening to note a 33% decrease in irregular expenditure incurred during the year under review, dropping from 1.35 billion to 911 million rand. This reduction reflects commitment to fiscal responsibility and prudent financial management. We implore provincial government to further minimize irregular expenditure, as well as wasteful and fruitless expenditure, and maximize the impact of public funds on service delivery. In closing, I want to express my sincere gratitude to all government officials, auditors, and stakeholders who have contributed to these outcomes. Let us use this moment as motivation to redouble our efforts to prioritize good governance, effective service delivery, and fiscal responsibility to ensure that our province thrives and prospers for the benefit of all our citizens. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Dr. Notsi, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance in the Eastern Cape is requesting that a Provincial Commission of Inquiry be instituted to investigate state capture in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. The basis of this request emanates from, but is not limited to, the interference by politicians in the procurement of service providers, the appointment of municipal officials, disciplinary related matters, legal disputes and cases, irregularities within the supply chain management processes, the capturing of the municipal entity MBDA, the failure or the lack of progress in terms of the 20 billion rand unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, alleged corruption within the Energy and Electricity Department as well as human settlements, potential capturing of the disciplinary board, alleged corruption and manipulation in the EPWP appointments, abuse of EPWP funding for political appointments. In terms of the Constitution, Section 127, the Premier of a province is responsible to appoint such a commission of inquiry, and secondly, define the matters to be investigated as well as the terms of reference. An investigation by a Provincial Commission of Inquiry is in the best interests of the people of Nelson Mandela Bay. It's in the best interest of good governance. And if the Premier is serious about fighting corruption in all of its forms and using all the tools available or at his disposal to fight corruption and state capture, this inquiry should and must be implemented as a matter of extreme urgency. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Now that, Honourable Members, I've been informed that a Premier is connected directly from Pretoria, unless he can delegate the responses, but let me hand over to him, and he will indicate which relevant MEC will respond to a specific question. There are two questions mainly. Honourable Premier, over to you that side. Okay. Honourable Acting, the Premier is already invited to join the presidency.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to all the members in the House. I think Honourable Joel is going to deal with the issue of the Nelson Mandela, but I think we can safely say the Premier will not constitute any provincial commission of inquiry. But on the statement by the Honourable Magashela, I think let's welcome the message from the Honourable Chief Whip. Indeed, when we came into this administration, the mandate we were given by the organization, our organization, the African National Congress, was first of all building an ethical, capable and developmental state. And we've been consistent and quite deliberate in ensuring that we do just that. And the positive trajectory of the audit outcomes gradually over this term has been an evidence of the work we've put into that respect. And of course, Honourable Deputy Speaker and all members, there are areas still of weaknesses within the administration where we need to still strengthen, and I think we've been consistent in working on those, and our commitment has been shown by the willingness of this executive to put themselves up on the audit, lifestyle audit, and they did very well because we are a government of the people, by the people, and we want to ensure that in building an ethical state, we want to bring back almost that trust deficit between government and our people. We are going to continue with the Office of the Premier and the Provincial Treasury leading the other government departments in working on these areas of weaknesses. Some of them have been raised by the Auditor General in the session we had with her, but I think it is encouraging to hear the Auditor General commanding the commitment of this administration in improving not only the audit outcomes, but the efficiency of this government in this administration. Thank you very much. I'd give to Honourable John.
Thank you. Honourable Williams.
Honourable Williams.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, greetings to all members of the executive, members of the House, our distinguished guests, and everyone present here. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the concept of a commission of inquiry has been raised previously by Honourable Dr. Knutse. And we have engaged this concept, Honourable Speaker, in respect of Nelson Mandela Metro. And in our engagement of this particular concept, many issues around out of that, Honourable Speaker, that the many various state institutions that have got criminal investigation capacity are already involved in Nelson Mandela. If I can mention the Hawks, if I can also mention the SIU, currently investigation all the allegations that are made against that particular institution. And part of our problems there, Honourable Speaker, are about the instability of governance. which gives opportunities for corruption to infest itself into the institution. And we are convinced that these coalition arrangements are a contributor to some of the corruption that we are seeing there. And we are soon going to experience another instability in Nelson Mandela. And our view is that we need to agree with our colleagues in the Democratic Alliance about the introduction of a Section 12 in Nelson Mandela to stabilize the institution and have a focused political leadership together with a focused administration. And the issue of a commission of inquiry, it is a very expensive initiative. We've discussed this with the Honorable Premier when the Honorable Member wrote to the Premier. We engaged thoroughly on it, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And we said we must just ensure that state entities that are there are given all the information that honorable members may have to ensure that those investigation teams actually do the work they are required to do. But to have a separate commission to investigate matters that may lead, that may focus on expanded public works, appointments, on wrong appointments, some of those responsibilities do not belong to particularly state institutions like the Hawks and others. They would require us and Treasury to go and look into those matters. And I'm saying we can save the province a lot of money instead of getting into an initiative of a commission of inquiry to investigate expanded public works and such initiatives that we can do it ourselves. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Premier. Honorable members, we have dealt with that item now, member statements, and we'll now have to deal with executive member statement as provided for in our standing rules. And I've received an intention to move from Honorable MEC Manelu City, and will therefore allow her to present the statement. Honorable member, for 5 minutes. You can time yourself. Political parties will thereafter have 3 minutes each to respond, starting with the official opposition. Over to you, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings again to yourself, the honorable members of the legislature. Honorable members, the Provincial Legislature plays a critical role as an oversight body over the executive. It is in this context that it is important to update the Honorable House on any policy changes in the department to enhance its work. On the 16th of September 2023, the National Department of Human Settlements announced that the human settlements sector will soon have a revised framework to guide municipalities' administration of the National Housing Program. The revised accreditation framework for municipalities to administer national housing programs will ensure municipalities' progressive capacitation to perform the delegated functions without compromising delivery capacity in the short term. The revised framework has been presented at the meeting between the Human Settlements Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the Provincial MECs of Human Settlements. The MINIMEC is a quarterly meeting between the Ministry and the MECs of all 9 provinces. The meeting is also attended by mayors, our MMCs, and representatives from the South African Local Government Association. The MINIMEC gave a resounding support to the revised accreditation framework. It is our considered view that considering the many applications for accreditation and the need to build capacity at the municipalities, which in many instances becomes our implementing agencies, it is a big step towards the creation of an objective criteria for accrediting municipalities with a clear accreditation process timetable. Allowing municipalities to progressively build implementation capacity bolsters our long-term objective of creating a fully enabling environment for our municipalities to be self-sufficient in human settlements delivery. The revised accreditation framework will go a long way in capacitating the municipalities while ensuring that we reach our targets. The implementation of the 2012 accreditation framework was faced with several implementation challenges. Thus, the 2023 revised accreditation framework is on introducing, amongst others, the program-based incremental approach, wherein municipalities are to be accredited for implementing a program or a mixture of programs that are relevant to their capacity and priority needs. Another major intervention in the revised framework is the role of the intermediate city municipalities or secondary cities, which are considered crucial catalysts for our balanced and dispersed growth across the country. The Honorable Provincial Legislature should take note of these developments in relation to accreditation framework, for they will bring change in building capacity in our human settlement sector. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I will now go straight to the debate of this important executive member statement, and I will invite Democratic Alliance.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance is in full support of this bill or motion that has been in front of the House. Deputy Speaker, we just want to say that it is long overdue, because we all know that the inability of the province to deliver housing, it's been hampered with numerous of factors. We all know that lately in a recent IQP, we could not even deliver houses to the tune of 650,000. However, Deputy Speaker, we also would want to say that when it comes to these functions being given to municipalities, it must be given with full authority. It must be given with all the issues that is available to them to execute and building houses, because our people out there are sick of waiting for housing. Further to that, we also would like, in that policy, it must be explicit that blacklisting of contractors must be one of the issues, criteria, because we all know that contractors come on site, they get awarded the contract, and yet they just vanish without completing the projects. We also further want to say that the quality of the houses must be quality monitored, because we all know that the current housing status quo is that there is a number of dilapidated buildings that have been shoddily built, and contractors are just vanished. So we are in full support with amendments of that nature, so that the full authority can be given to local authorities to execute and implement the housing project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Von Brockenrode. EFF, 3 minutes also.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and greetings to the honorable members. One of the rights of the people of South Africa is a dignity to good, clean shelters. So EFF, we are going to start to the people and see whether they are going to agree with the bill. And one of the cardinal pillars of the EFF is clean governance and corrupt-free governance. So we are going to consult the people of the Eastern Cape in South Africa. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. UDM, United Democratic Movement. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The UDM is in full support of this bill, as our province is affected by many challenges. Secondly, our communities are eagerly waiting for these rooms, and also the department must also review the quality of the houses that are given to our community. Lastly, one of our pillars as UDM is dignity. That means our community have to be granted that dignity babe nento ephezu kwenhloko yabo ukuba sitha ukuze bangafunyanwa zinkqwithelo zelilizwe. Enkosi Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. ATM. Absent. African National Congress.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC fully supports the revised accreditation framework for municipalities to administer national housing programs. This will be very helpful as it will fast-track the delivery of houses when municipalities are capacitated as implementing agencies in building of houses. It must be further stressed that it must not be one size fits all, and municipalities that are to be implementing agencies must be properly assessed in order to ensure value for money and fast-tracking of delivery. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vimbayo. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for these member statements. We always encourage Honorable Executive members because this is one of the mechanisms to communicate strategic issues in the House. And I think you continue to do and excel in this field. This is the only way that accountability and answerability, as well as ensuring that members are well capacitated about the direction of the departments. Therefore, it empowers not only us, but also the members that are connected. We are now on the virtual platform, and I can see that people are listening to our debates here. Thank you very much for that. Honourable members, we are moving now, and as per the decision of the Multi-Party Chief Whips Committee, each member of the Executive Council have been allocated 20 minutes to table their reports. But just before I request the Secretary to read the next order of the day, in your green paper, this one, if you turn the page, there is a referral on the notices of motion to the names like East London and Port Elizabeth. I think they stand corrected to refer to Buffalo City and Gqeberha, respectively. And that's how our communication and publication and official documents in future are supposed to refer. Also, the members that are not in the House that have been connected virtually, their reports in terms of the rule of document submission are all here. And I think they are already in the table stuff in front of us here. So we have fully complied, and your departments also complied with that rule. Thank you very much, honored members of the Executive. I will now, or just to acknowledge further, to conclude my part, there are HODs in the HODs bay here that I'm seeing. I acknowledge the acting HOD, Department of Education, at the back row on my right side. Economic Affairs, HOD. Dr. Da, acting HOD. Human Settlement, acting HOD. Public Works and Infrastructure, HOD. Treasury and Provincial Expenditure, front row here, is here. Social Development, and I think acting HOD Health, she's also here. Thank you very much, our heads of departments, for your presence. That bay belongs to you when the MECs are to table. And we've got our clerk of the table, the Secretary of the Legislature, next to me here. Now, I will call upon the Secretary to read the next order of the day.
Introduction of annual report of one Office of the Premier and two exec in terms of Rule 192.4.
Honorable Acting Premier. 20 minutes, please, timetable.
Thank you very much, and greetings again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the honorable members of the Executive, the honorable members of the Legislature, inkosi zezwe lakowethu, abafundisi abakhoyo, the heads of departments, and all members and communities in the gallery, good afternoon. We come before this august House to honor our obligation of presenting the annual report for Vote 1, which is the Office of the Premier for the 2022-23 financial year. The annual report summary I'm about to present captures the essence of a very successful year for the Eastern Cape Provincial Administration in its entirety. we are presenting an annual report that discusses the developments of the Eastern Cape Province under the 6th administration, following the Provincial Medium Strategic Framework from 2019 to 2024. Key achievements include a positive economic growth, evident in the growth of the province GDP throughout 2022. This growth led to a consistent reduction in the provincial unemployment rate, but more importantly, our provincial economy produced more jobs for our people. As we speak, the unemployment rate in our province has dipped to 39.7% from 47.9% in the fourth quarter of 2020. The decline in the unemployment rate is due to the continuous implementation of our economic reconstruction and recovery plan. We are hugely indebted to all the investors who have chosen our province as an investment destination of choice during this term. We have had a job-full economic growth with 87,000 jobs created in 2022. This motivates us to do even more in our investment attraction drive. Hence, we are now aggressively pursuing investments in North African countries and Arabic countries. We recently visited Tunisia and Egypt, where we signed several memorandums of understanding in the area of agriculture, aquaculture, and technology. Both countries have agreed to work with our province for mutually beneficial economic spin-offs. The addition of Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to the BRICS family also bodes well for our future investment ambitions. The province successfully attracted 11 new investors worth 46 billion, boosting sectors like the auto industry, particularly in our SEZs. The retail and the hospitality sector also deserve a special mention for the multi-million rand investment they are making in our small towns. Leading retailers such as ShopRite, the Spar Group, Boxer stores are flourishing in our province, creating thousands of jobs, particularly in our rural areas. Through SANRAL, government is rolling out 45 high-impact road infrastructure projects across all municipal districts and metropolitan areas, linking commercial centers, tourism sites, and communities. No district is left behind in the road construction boom that you see in our province. Major infrastructure projects such as the N2 Wild Coast Highway continue to change the face of our road network, improving the logistics sector and mobility of our people. There is progress in the implementation of the 9.1 billion Transnet infrastructure development projects in the port of Ngqura, East London, and Gqeberha. The ports and rail infrastructure are being positioned to support critical provincial sectors such as automotive, manufacturing, agriculture, and tourism. Last week, we were in Port of East London for a ceremony of exporting manganese to the international markets. It was a significant milestone for our province and a bold statement for our logistics capacity. The Mzimvubu Water Project is progressing well and promises future and economic growth and job opportunities, while the implementation of energy projects to stabilize the energy supply for industries continue in our province. The administration has been proactive in empowering designated groups and collaborating with multiple entities to enhance education and skills training. Efforts to increase the involvement of women in the economy have been amplified. Through a SETA allocation of 60 million rands, we are implementing workplace training programs to nurture and develop our young talent, thereby boosting local productivity. Youth empowerment programs such as Iskalo Youth Fund are changing the lives of our young entrepreneurs in our province with a footprint that covers all districts and the 2 metros. On education, the matric class of 2022 achieved a 77.3 pass rate attributed to the implemented education turnaround plan. Health-wise, there have been positive outcomes in the reducing under 5-year mortality rates and the date of expectant mothers. The province also achieved a significant legal victory in the Noyila case regarding medical legal payments. In governance, the province experienced its highest number of clean audits, reflecting the improved public finance management. Local government audit outcomes also showed improvement. The administration recognizes areas for improvement, notably in crime prevention, disaster response, but overall considers the 2022-23 financial year productive and beneficial for its residents. In the realm of governance, there's been a marked shift towards a better audit outcomes, rekindling the public's trust in the management of public finances. Notably, the provincial government and related entities secured a record number of cleans audit totaling to 15. Local governance also experienced a betterment, with half of the municipalities obtaining unqualified audits and 4 achieving clean audits. Despite these advances, we acknowledge areas of concern, addressing crime, improving project implementation, investment attraction, and enhancing the disaster response mechanisms have been pinpointed as critical focal areas for the current financial year. I want a full hands-on-deck approach in these areas of our work for maximum progress and impact. Hence, last week, Premier announced the reassignment of HODs to the project support unit based in the Office of the Premier. Let us all rally behind the team, as I trust their capabilities to help us make progress. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, while challenges persist, the 22-23 financial year has been a significant period for the growth and development of the Eastern Cape Province. The 6th administration remains dedicated to further improving the quality of life for its residents across multiple sectors. The collective efforts and collaborations have yielded tangible results, and we are highly optimistic about our future trajectory. I therefore, Honourable Deputy Speaker, table the annual report for 2022-23 financial year of the Office of the Premier and its public entity, EXEC. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Acting Premier. The report, Honourable Members, stands referred to the Portfolio Committee on the Office of the Premier in terms of Rule 192, subsection 5. I will now invite the Deputy Chairperson of Committee of Chairpersons to take over the chairing.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will ask the Secretary to read the next order of the day.
Introduction of annual report of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 192.4.
Over to you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of Committee of Chairpersons, Honourable Acting Premier, members of the Executive and the House at large. Kule nyanga yedwarha, inyanga yokuzalwa kwenkokheli yomzabalazo, unyana kaMacu Khayzana, Oliver Reginald Oliver Tambo Imbunguzulu, kwanexhasoba ebelingumlweli wenkululeko kwade kwasekugqibeleni. Ndinika ke imbeko kuye. Ndicinga uba le ngxelo sizayithi thaca icangatha kwimibono neenjongo zakhe zomzabalazo ukubona ilizwe eliphuhlayo neliphumeleleyo elikhondoza ngentatho nxaxheba kuluntu oluninzi kweli lizwe. Though your passion is still sorrowful, even today is still profound. Let us not forget that we must celebrate a revolutionary life well lived. A legacy is not measured by tears we shed, but indelible mark or Tambo cultivated, which is still dwelling in our hearts even today. Oliver Tambo imagined a future where selfless leaders serve and rule our land in harmony and prosperity reign. Let us join our hands, honored members, as we march to our promised land, never to forget that our struggle is international, our struggle is progressive, and never to forget that it is in our own veins that we must always think about the vulnerable, subjugated, stateless, brutalized by the system. We together here in this memory of this legend pray for peace in the Palestine and ending of the war and human suffering from both sides of the beleaguered nations. Peace is the precondition of development and growth. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, this House sitting takes place during the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It is thus important that we also add our voice in spreading the word. Breast cancer is indiscriminate in that it has no race, no class, with the most people diagnosed with breast cancer not having known family history of the disease. Breast cancer is the most common cancer in women, and its prevalence is on the rise. And about 90% of patients survive for so many years when breast cancer is detected at the early stages. It is therefore important that we remind our women to do regular self-breast examinations and mammograms to spot lumps, bumps, and other irregularities which could be a sign of breast cancer. Nkulu baphathiswa, the percentage might be small in men, but the awareness is even lower among men, leading to delayed treatment and higher mortality rates. We therefore encourage men, even men sitting in front of me here, to also do the same self-breast examinations. All members are encouraged to sign up and participate on the 25th Algoa Big March Walk for Cancer in support those affected by cancer. The big walk will be held in a hybrid format on Saturday, the 28th of October 2023, with physical walk taking place at the following venues in the province, starting at 8 o'clock, Pollock Beach, Marine Drive, Summersrand, Ekebeg, Olsen Borean Club, 27th Pierce Street, Batesville, East London. I hope to see as many of you as possible in pink on the 28th of October. Today, we table the legislature's 2022-23 annual report on the cusp of the 6th term of the legislature, backed by overwhelming mandate given to us by the electorate to ensure that we hold the executive to account and we strengthen oversight work. As a consequence, we agreed on the vision of an activist and responsive People's Assembly for good governance and improvement of quality of life for all. It therefore brings me joy that during the period under review, the legislature received clean audit outcomes, building on to previous audit outcomes. Thank you very much to our team and your secretary. During the period under review, the Standing Committee on Budget and Money Bills was established and capacitated. Processes for the committee were also undertaken. This is not only part of our commitment to strengthen oversight, but also practical steps in implementing the newly enacted Provincial Act on Money Bills. The Public Participation, Petitions and Education Committee, together with the Standing Committee on Women's Caucus, conducted a joint participation focus week in various districts exploring the extent of gender-based violence in the province through dialogues. Public Participation Focus Week also assessed the state of Victim Empowerment Centers, VEC, as well as care centers, TCCs. Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, honorable members, held the Taking Legislature to the People's Program at Stakespruit, Joe Gqabi District Municipality. This one of the legislature's mainstay public participation program, which was held successfully after not having taken place in 2020 and 2021 due to COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, the Commonwealth Women's Parliament hosted a young men's dialogue on nurturing young men against gender-based violence for the advancement of women's rights and minimization of teenage pregnancy. That dialogue was an aggregation of the Young Men's Parliament that was held in previous financial year, which focused on means of supporting young women to engage socially with an emphasis of gender-based violence as an issue. We also convened two themed conversations for accountability program during 2022-2023 financial year, focusing on the role of mothers in curbing initiate death during the traditional rites to passage to manhood and empowerment of elderly on financial management, planning and healthy lifestyles. We firmly believe that African proverb that says, it takes a village to raise a child, close quote, perfectly explain our role in relation to former and should be our preoccupation until zero death are par for the cost during the rite of passage to manhood. Iminqweno yethu ke nakule season izayo into yokuba kungabikho mntana ushiyeka esuthwini umphefumlo wakhe songasekho. The period under review, honourable members, was also not without challenges. In February 2023, the Constitutional Court heard an application brought by Mogale and others against effectively the legislative sector with regards to compliance with the constitutional obligation to facilitate public involvement in legislative processes. Things that ought to come as a second nature, unfortunately, proved not to have been. The Constitutional Court, therefore, in this matter, found against the sector and declared the Traditional and Hoysen Leadership Act number 3 of 2019 invalid, Honourable MEC. Ngenxa uba asiyange ebantwini sawuva kubo, i-Constitutional Court yasinyanzelisa. This judgment should not only serve as a lesson that working together as a sector is non-negotiable. Work to ensure that this does not happen again. We should always observe the Lamosa practice note. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, as I conclude, allow me to wish our 2023 matric students well as they prepare for the National Senior Certificate and final examination. I want you to also hold on these profound words to you learners from Michael Jordan, and I quote, "The minute you get away from fundamentals, whether it's proper technique, work ethic, and mental preparation, the bottom can fall without your game, your schoolwork, your job, or whatever you are doing," close quote. Remember to always stick to the fundamentals, continue to work hard, and break a leg. Honourable members, to sum up the account of the annual report, we built on the work of the previous years with the objective of 2020 to 2025 strategic plan etched at the back of our minds. I hereby table the annual report of the legislature for 2022 and 2023 financial year. I thank you very much. I hereby table.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The report stands referred to the Legislature Oversight Committee in terms of Rule 192, subsection 5. I will then ask the Secretary to read the third order of the day.
Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Health in terms of Rule 192.4.
I will call upon the MEC responsible for health to present her 2022 to 2023 annual report. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, and Honorable members of the Executive Council, Eastern Cape House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, kings, queens, and traditional leaders at large. Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Health, as led by the Honorable Chair Nyalambisa, Honorable Director General and heads of departments and entities, organized labor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The annual report I'm presenting to this august house is the account to the people of the Eastern Cape of the results of the department's performance on service delivery and infrastructure programs during 2022-2023 financial year. This is a result of the hard work and long hours that our dedicated and hardworking staff put in during the year under review. When we started the year under review, we committed that it was a quote, the year to renew, research, and rebuild together, close quote. This was more than just a theme, but a commitment to the people of the Eastern Cape. We implemented our health turnaround strategy as a program to promote equity, efficiency, effectiveness, and quality provision of health services. This strategy is anchored on 5 pillars: financial sustainability, integrated medical legal interventions, service delivery optimization, digitalization and e-health, and clinical continued provision of quality healthcare to communities. The year 22-23 was marked with strides towards achievement of targets set for the medium-term strategic framework by the end of the term of the 6th term of government. Honorable Deputy Chairs, despite the budgetary constraints that we have always been upfront about, we remain steadfast to deliver quality health and care services to the people of the Eastern Cape, who are more than 90% of the 6.7 million population, who are uninsured and depend to the public sector for their health needs. I'm happy to report to this August House that the target for HIV testing services was achieved and exceeded as a total of 1,896,429 HIV tests done during the year under review. Testing strategies included focus on universities and TVET colleges. Of the total positive clients, 2% were young people aged 15 to 24 years. A good linkage to care practice and implementation of the universal test and treat approach was demonstrated, as 48,808 new clients were initiated on ART. This translated to an initiation rate of more than 90% achieved. Program achievements are in part attributed to the 59 NPOs who were contracted across all districts to render primary healthcare community-based healthcare services to their respective communities. Partnerships with civil society organizations in curbing the spread of HIV and TB has been the cornerstone of prevention and promotion of health through our primary healthcare approach. The cascade achievement in 2022-23 against 95 targets for HIV and AIDS and 92,7591 and TB 96,9375 respectively. Mental health and care has received attention during 2022-23 as the department moved towards strengthening a human rights and community-based approach to mental health services. The department has responded to the national call for a targeted approach to addressing mental health care needs. We created mental health registered counselors posts and recruited 31 registered counselors across all districts. The department also appointed mental health review boards covering all regions of the province, and they have commenced their duties in earnest. We appointed and trained governance structures to strengthen leadership and continuously improve operations and accountability in our facilities. The year under review was not without challenges. Despite the challenges, we ensured that our facilities have adequate stock of medicines at all times. Yes, there were cases where we ran out of some medicines, but we maintained a 70% medicines availability throughout 2023 financial year. We must be upfront and report that this was an underachievement when compared to the quarterly target of 80% medicine availability at depots. The department continued to monitor medicine availability through the stock visibility system and RX solution. Honorable Deputy Chairs, the target for overall medicine availability was not achieved during this reporting period. This is because the province has been dealing with erratic availability of medicines, particularly in the fourth quarter of the financial year. A rapid assessment of the reasons behind the supply issue revealed various reasons that led to medicine supply challenges. These included, but not limited to, the department's cash flow and budgetary constraints, which led to non-payment of several key pharmaceutical suppliers for a period preceding the end of the financial year. Implementation of relatively new procurement regulations that came into effect in the second half of the financial year led to increased turnaround time in the procurement of some medicines. And additionally, the pharmaceutical depots was experiencing a challenge on human resource, mainly in the warehouse for picking and packing medicines. The department continues to monitor stock and ensure that most essential medicines are available. And using the SVS system, stock is moved between facilities as needed. In our effort to ensure reduce waiting times at our facilities, we continue strengthening the Central Chronic Medicine Dispensing and Distributing Program. The CCMDD program continues to be part of the department's flagship programs in reducing patient numbers collecting medicines at health facilities and improving access to essential medicines. During the year under review, there were 304,424 active patients who collected their medicine packs through the CCMDD program. During the financial year under review, the new patients collecting their medicines through CCMDT program increased by 22,121. Honorable members, our theme for the year 2021-22 financial year was the year to strengthen collaborations and partnerships in the era of COVID-19 to protect, promote and improve health in honor of Mama Charlotte Maxeke. Going to 2022-23, we continued where we left off and ensured that we strengthen partnerships and collaborations because COVID-19 has shown us that this is the way to go. It becomes more so for a department like ours with budgetary constraints. Working with our partners, the department issued 1,868 wheelchairs with 361 wheelchairs distributed to children, while 1,507 were issued to adults aged 19 years old and older. A total number of 11,845 patients were seen in 2022-23 financial year. In the three medical, orthotic and prosthetic centers located in Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital's Bedford Orthopedic Center, Livingston Hospital and Frey Hospital. Out of the 11,845 patients, 357 patients were fitted with prosthesis, 195 were fitted with orthosis, 1,432 patients received accessories for their prosthesis. 244 received repairs to their prosthesis and 528 received repairs to their orthosis. During 22-23 financial year, the department responded to 26,693 priority 1 calls in the province. The majority of priority calls, a total of 17,581, were from rural areas, while just more than 1/3, 112, were from urban areas. The department maintained a fleet of 447 ambulances during the year under review. Because of the rural nature of our province, our ambulances are sometimes at the government's garage waiting for repairs. The department is awaiting delivery of 16 rescue vehicles, which is anticipated during the second quarter of the new financial year. However, there are ongoing challenges in repairing and maintaining vehicles, leading to lengthy turnaround times. Collaborative efforts with the Department of Transport made to address this situation and expedite vehicle repairs are not bearing the desired results. The Eastern Cape rural roads, where ambulances are experiencing difficulties, are causing serious damages. Rural roads can be challenging to navigate due to their bad conditions, such as potholes, uneven surfaces or limited infrastructure. This leads to departmental ambulances being repaired for prolonged periods of time. The alternative transport option for critical emergencies in remote areas require the department to use its aeromedical services, with 3 helicopters located at Gqeberha, East London and Mthatha, and whilst efficient, but is a very expensive option. The emergency medical services in the Eastern Cape province are facing various challenges in their communication services. The decentralized emergency communication centers have been negatively impacted by load shedding and widespread cable theft, resulting in compromised service centers. The prolonged load shedding has also created difficulties in maintaining generator capacities, with the East London generator breaking down and the Chris Hani and Nelson Mandela Bay centers compromised by cable theft in the reporting period. To enhance and monitor operations in the province, the department awarded a contract with Dimension Data for computer-aided dispatch services. However, the rollout of broadband, crucial for the effectiveness of the technology, is facing obstacles with delays in the rollout thereof. To support the computer-aided dispatch system rollout, the department has appointed an experienced ICT technical expert for 6 months through CHAI. The department continued to ensure that ward-based community outreach teams are able to reach far-flung communities throughout the province by providing suitable vehicles for this purpose. To modernize the fleet, we ordered 137 specially adapted mobile vehicles for primary health care in 2022-23. Delivery is expected during 23-24 financial year. Honorable members, there is a progressive improvement in health facilities towards the ideal status, both in terms of quantity and quality. A total of 60%. 42 of the 7 of the new clinics assessed achieved the ideal clinic status. This brings the number of clinics that have achieved the ideal status by the end of March 2023 to a total of 181. 4 hospitals, including St. Patrick's or Oliver and Adelaide, Tambo, a regional hospital, and Taylor Bequest, Utinake Provincial Hospital, and Aliwal North achieved ideal hospital status as well. Assessment scores have improved as well, with an average score of 76% achieved during the year under review. While COVID-19 was not that much of a threat during the year under review, we were confronted with another challenge, load shedding, which we are happy that it is receiving attention from the national government. We have had to find innovative ways of ensuring service continuity as we adapted to load shedding. Our partial constraints have also been as a result of lump sum payments in medical legal settlement. We sympathize with victims of medical negligence, and where liable, the state must pay. However, when we went to court arguing that when we pay the lump sums, our ability to provide uninterrupted services to our people is seriously compromised, Judge Griffiths agreed with us. The landmark ruling balances the reparation and needs of the plaintiffs with the need to also provide healthcare to 90% of the 6.7 million uninsured citizens dependent on state health services. The court was persuaded that the department is able to provide reasonable care at our facilities. There is thus no need for an upfront lump sum payment for future medical care. This saves millions that can remain in the budget for planned service delivery. The outcome is part of a number of measures that have been put in place to support the integrated medical legal strategy. HR recruitment, training of relevant cadres, investment in infrastructure and equipment, thereby enhancing capacity to comply with the NOILA judgment. Some of these investments to capacitate the legal team include creation of new critical posts and recruitment of senior managers and legal admin officers. We capacitated our rehabilitation therapists and assistants on wheelchair seating, on infrastructure. Specialized machinery to the value of 4.5 million was procured for rehabilitation services, with 578,825 rand utilized for equipment specifically required for the public defense at the 3 centers of excellence. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, getting our facilities ready for the full implementation of the progressive NHI is a priority for the department. The department's major investments of 1.02 billion spent in the health infrastructure program, with projects in 2022-23 to address historical challenges, which includes 461 million for buildings, plant and machinery, 541 million with the health facilities revived grant spent in its entirety. Much needed equipment like digitalized X-ray machines, life-saving equipment and critical equipment for theatre was amongst those items procured in 2023 financial year. The department is pleased to report a 98% reduction in regular expenditure and 10 million rand or under 10 million rand in 2023 from 105 million rand in 2021-22 due to improvements in SCM systems and controls. The department received a qualified audit opinion with a qualification in the year under review. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I hereby table the 2022-23 annual report for the Department of Health. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. The report stands referred to the Portfolio Committee on Health in terms of Rule 192. Before I request you, Secretary, let me request all the speakers, the outstanding speakers, to please speak directly to the microphones, as it may make the sound very low if you don't speak directly to the microphone. Also, they must also not push it high, as it may cause unnecessary echo. We need also to accommodate our communities that are sitting there with gallery too, so that they can hear the honorable speakers. Let me request then the Secretary to read the fourth order of the day.
Introduction of annual report of the Department of Social department in terms of Rule 192.4.
Honorable MEC for SOCDEF.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Honorable Speaker in her absence and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier and members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, heads of departments present here, and senior management of all the government departments. Bonke abantu abasempuma Kapa bangenileyo kumakhasi onxibelelwano, kubefundisi abathi gqolo ukusithandazela xa sihlaselwa zizinto ezenzekayo ze-social ills elizweni lakwethu, kwiinkosi zezwe lakwethu, ndithi kuni Bhotane, Molweni, Domelani, Sanibonani. I greet you all in the name of Reginald Oliver Tambo, iqhawe lesizwe elashiya elizwe ilityenye elincinci linako konkwenza ukuyenza eSouth Africa kodwa ngoba lenentshisakalo yokukhulula isizwe. Ngale nyanga ibekelwe bucala ukuba sikhumbule yena, ndiyanibulisa. Inene liqhawe lamaqhawe labuya nomkhosi wase South Africa uphelele wabelwelwe inkululeko. I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of a living God. Ngale nyanga ilandelwa ibinyanga bibaluleke kakhulu kuthi singamakhosikazi aseMpuma Kapa namakhosikazi ase-South Africa. Nyanga kaMama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, naye siyamkhumbula iqhawekazi lethu imbokodo engoyiki ngokoyikiswa igoqe emfazweni. Sisuka kuSeptember besicelebrate inyanga yakhe. Siyabulela i-Department of Health ethe yawonga phaya embhongweni kokwabo abazalwa khona kuba kwakhiwa isibhedlela sithiwe ngegama lakhe, Mother of the Nation. Sizezinto sizizwa suthazi ngo-MEC ngenxa yemizabalazo yakhe. She was a social worker by profession. I am honored for the opportunity accorded to me to table 22-23 annual report of the Department of Social Development. The report is the accountability mechanism for the work and services delivered to the people of our province during the period under review. Deputy Chair of Chairs, allow me to acknowledge that the month of October has been declared a social development month, which is commemorated under the theme, working together to eradicate poverty and social ills. Annually, during October, the Department of Social Development highlights key government programs that are aimed at fighting poverty and building a caring society for all, together with all partners. This month is month dedicated to older persons in our communities. Whilst we celebrate and pay tribute to older persons, we also must acknowledge the ongoing difficulties faced by this vulnerable group. During this period, we amplify the need to address pressing issues of elderly people that are grappled with, from poverty and rights violation to the alarming spike in gender-based violence targeting them. CSI celebrate again the Older Persons Month, phaya embizana, sikhumbula bona, besinwabele kunye nabo. Besi ngolwesibini besifamba senza i-Golden Games zabo ngelishwa imvula yasixaka, kodwa sothuswa ukuba siluze a 90-year-old woman, uMama Sophie eBhayi eGqeberha phaya xa besiphaya sizafumana lo mphanga obuhlungu ukuba umuntu omdala endlini yakhe enziwe zonke izinto ezimbi. Siyayisikhalimela ke kulutsha lakwethu izenzo ezimbi ohlobo yokuhlaselwa kwabantu badala emakhaya. This month we also honor the immense contribution of our older generation, recognizing their integral role in molding our nation. We reflect upon these values, wisdom, and boundless love they give us daily. Besifana uba ngoku sibuyisa back, siyabathanda, sibatreat ngesidima, kodwa ngoku bahleli ngokungcutheka emakhayeni abo. Honourable members, during the period under review, we continued to implement a range of policies, laws and programs in intensifying our efforts to fight poverty, improve lives of ordinary people of the Eastern Cape, and move them towards sustainable livelihoods. Flowing from the 2019-2024 medium-term strategic framework, the department adopted 7 priorities to realize the MTSF during the period under review, which are as follows: strengthening the provision of childcare and protection services, massification of prevention and early intervention programs on gender-based violence and femicide, intensifying sustainable community development interventions, intensifying the participation, mainstreaming and empowerment of all our vulnerable groups, the persons with disabilities, youth, women and development, growing and strengthening of the NPO sector through improving monitoring and management, building capable, ethical and development states for effective service delivery, strengthening social partnership through which vulnerable individuals, groups, and communities become capable and self-reliant participants in their own development. In pursuit of these outcomes that are measurable by the condition of the people, this annual report reflects on our ongoing quest to embody the department's 7 priorities. Our social compact commitment is premised on the noble idea and belief of providing care, protection, development to vulnerable households, family and community, which transcends beyond our Eastern Cape borders. Deputy Chair of Chairs, Department has made strides to achieve some important milestones during the past financial year as follows. In the implementation of the National Family Policy, greater focus was also made on family strengthening as a proactive, preventative measure and secondary intervention to address social ills within the homes and in our communities. Thus, 25,149 family members from all districts participated and benefited in the family preservation services to enhance strong family bonds, provide support to one another, strengthen and prevent vulnerability in families, which resulted in having preserved stable, resilient, sustainable, and well-functioning. The department implemented the Older Persons Act number 13 of 2006 to render care, protection, rehabilitation, and support services to older persons in the Eastern Cape. During the period under review, also welcomed the return of Golden Games, which were overdue and last convened in year 2019. This confirms that there is no end to living. This confirms that there is no end to living an active lifestyle. District Golden Games were held, which commemorated to participation in the National Golden Games for older persons who are 60 years and above. These activities were meant to ensure that we derive that maximum value and benefit from older persons as we take care of older persons' health and well-being. In our obligation to implement the National Drug Master Plan in partnership with our stakeholders in the justice and social sector, 75,808 beneficiaries assessed integrated prevention and awareness programs on the effects of substance abuse and on the developmental programs targeting children, youth, and adults. As part of leading joint implementation of poverty alleviation programs and ensuring the impact of anti-poverty in the province, year under review in the 8th district of the province. Furthermore, we implemented the provisions of the Disaster Management Act 57 of 2002, and the department, through the portfolio approach, DSD, SASSA, and NDA, provided developmental social welfare services to families and communities that were affected by disaster in Alfrenzo, OR Tambo, Nelson Mandela, Buffalo City Municipality in collaboration with COCTA. Disaster relief measures were aimed at addressing the short-term and long-term needs of affected communities, which included profiling of households, psychosocial support services, social relief of distress, meals, emergency relief, suppliers such as blankets. These integrated interventions ensured individuals, families, and households were cushioned from further vulnerability and risk. 10,622 women participated in various empowerment programs for skills development, which provided women with various skills and information in the following areas: crop production, women leadership, parenting skills, mental health, empowerment, marriage enrichment. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, during year under review, we managed to receive an unqualified audit opinion as department. This audit outcome demonstrates that the department has managed to improve on its reporting on performance information, but still there is a persistence of under-expenditure and irregular expenditure. In the current financial year, the department has put measures in place to improve on underspending, reduction of irregular expenditure. Furthermore, the department could not fill all its vacancies during the reporting period. The filling of posts was largely influenced by the process of departmental embarked on the review its strategies. Secondly, the department had to fill critical posts, first due to the reduction in its budget for the compensation of employees. This had to be done through continuous prioritization processes to ensure that compensation budget ceiling is adhered to and that there is no overspending. In conclusion, Deputy Chair of Chairs and honorable members, civil society has a vital role to play in the creation of a caring result. We are taking renewed pride in our motto, namely building a caring society together. I wish to thank our social partners for the selfless sacrifice they continue to make in assisting the department in working towards achieving its mandate. We also thank our portfolio committee that are whipping us where need arises. I thank you. I hereby table the report.
The report stands referred to the Portfolio Committee on Social Development in terms of Rule 192, subsection 5. I will ask the Secretary to read the fifth order of the day.
Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in terms of Rule 192.4.
I will call upon the MEC responsible for Public Works and Infrastructure to present her 2022 to 2023 annual report.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, esteemed colleagues, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of this august House, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the masses of our people in all corners of the Eastern Cape and members in the gallery. It is an honor today to address this sitting. I attach great significance to the fact that the House sitting is taking place in the month of celebrating our struggle stalwart, O.R. Tambo, and his commitment to creating a united, democratic, non-racial, and prosperous society. I'm tabling this report exactly 180 days towards the end of the 6th term. We are steadfast in playing our role to achieve the noble agenda of the 6th term of building the Eastern Cape we want. This 2022-23 annual report of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is presented in terms of Section 40, subsection I of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. On the overall, the department spent 2.3 billion, or 99% of the total adjusted budget of 2.6 billion, and achieved 84% of its performance targets for the 2022-23 financial year. When we started the year under review, we had positioned ourselves to mature in our effort to stabilize the department, to better position it as a leader in infrastructure delivery and coordination in the province. We must admit that we must admit that even though we may have achieved and made positive strides, more still needs to be done to complete our journey. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, at the beginning of the financial year under review, the department prioritized the implementation of the 2022 newly approved organizational structure with a specific focus on developing the new capabilities of 1, Provincial Infrastructure Coordination Unit, that is Transversal Infrastructure Coordination. 2, Facilities and Security Management Unit. 3, Health Infrastructure Maintenance and Technical Support. 4, Education Infrastructure Maintenance and Technical Support. And lastly, other provincial departments' infrastructure maintenance and technical support. The above capabilities have been the department to see it employ and place chief directors to lead the new units thus set to improve our response as an implementing agent. Our capability of introducing a facilities management model and the overall coordination of infrastructure. Although we had planned to complete the overall migration of staff to the new structure, this has not been achieved yet due to unforeseen complexities that also involve the employees. I must hasten, however, to conclude this note on a high, that the department has, for the first time in the 6th term, achieved 56% women in senior management level. And we have a total of 6% young people at the senior management level. And we are saying young people and more young people can be attracted to serve in the senior management level services. we are steadfast in ensuring that we'll achieve other set employment equity targets through purposeful and directed recruitment practices for youth and persons with disabilities. The department, Honorable Chair, has simultaneously and incrementally prioritized the development of a highly skilled professional in the built environment. We have achieved the following in this place: 28 professionals registered candidates, 1,123 UPCOT participants, 221 National Youth Service participants, 100 passed the trade test to be fully fledged artisans, 115 internal bursaries, 93 external candidates with active bursary contracts. Even though this picture looks good, the important question that we will be placing on the agenda is the importance of coordinating these skills and the pipeline to benefit infrastructure delivery in the province. We must also deliberate in ensuring that that the skill development does benefit even the ailing municipalities. Honorable members, we committed to lead the department towards attaining a clean audit before the end of the 6th term. I present today that in the year under review, the department has achieved once more an unqualified audit opinion with 2 non-compliance areas. The first being incurring irregular expenditure that is historical in our list portfolio. I can confirm that the department has concluded validity as well as extending leases with the Provincial Treasury directives, thus eliminating incurring new irregular expenditure. We have further submitted for condonation irregular expenditure incurred in the previous financial years. The second area Auditor General raises is non-compliance matter in the department, saying we do not have a credible system to measure performance against indicators. I must state that we have put in place standard operating procedures to monitor and report performance throughout the financial year. Through these efforts, we are certainly going to achieve the clean audit before the end of the term. Madam Speaker, that is Deputy Chair of Chairs, for the year under review, the department has reasonable implementing a total budget of 1.1 billion as follows: education 448 million, health 200 million, public works and infrastructure 262 million, DISRAC 47 million, and social development 21 million. We are fully aware that the expenditure must transform the construction space. We have progressed well towards our 5th year target of optimizing entrepreneurship and job opportunities for socio-economic transformation of SMMEs. Cooperatives, emerging contractors, town and village economies, and HDIs. The following performance improvements were noted in relation to this outcome. 32% was spent against the targeted 20% infrastructure budget set aside for direct contracting, ICDP, SMMEs, EMES, and QSEs, prioritizing designated groups. 78% of infrastructure capital expenditure was achieved against the planned target of 45%, sourced from local suppliers, manufacturers, and contractors. 72% against the target of 60% of leases were concluded with black landlords. 106 against the planned target of 100 emerging contractors were supported, and 55 SMMEs against the target of 80 were upgraded to a higher CIDB grading. Among the projects completed and handed over to client departments, allow me, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, to mention just but a few, being Lavelilanga Senior Secondary School, Ilingeletu Primary School, Atuel Madala High School, renovations and additions to Lower Ngungu Senior, basayibiza ke ngokuba yi-JSS, although sisazi into yoba kukho le transformation implementwayo we-education. Botasgcawu building, refurbishment of electrical, mechanical, and fire installation in the building. Renovations of Kungwa buildings, facelifting and refurbishments to Legislature building. Renovations and upgrade UNISA building Mthatha. Renovations and additions to Fort Beaufort Library. Renovations and additions to Jeffreys Bay Public Library. Replacement of Komani Hospital fencing. I must hasten to clarify that the department was in the 2022-23 financial year in its first year of implementing health infrastructure besides the COVID projects. We are currently implementing a sizable number of projects and will be gravitating towards completing and handing over, among others, the flagship renovations of Sir Henry Hospital, Mthatha in OR Tambo. When the term began, we noted the 1,600 backlog in land surveys and committed to eradicate the backlog within the term. I am happy to highlight in this House that indeed this noble agenda will be achieved, as we are currently implementing the final 350 in order to completely eradicate the backlog. The completion of the project will enhance the provincial immovable asset register and finalize the registration of all outstanding immovable assets in the name of the provincial government of the Eastern Cape. We have agreed with the Office of the Premier to introduce a legislation which will better govern the release of land through long-term leasing, both benefiting transforming the property development space in contributing in turning the Eastern Cape into a construction site. Madam Chair, I have to give an update to our commitment to deliver the Bishop Office Precinct and ensure that construction does start before this term ends. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure completed the procurement process as required by the public-private partnership regulations. A preferred bidder has been identified as compliant. The financial affordability assessment has revealed a capital shortfall of 300 million that is required from the provincial government. We shall recall that there has been no direct set budget aside for the delivery of this project. And last week, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and Provincial Treasury undertook an exercise to avail the capital shortfall through first reprioritizing some projects, delaying others within our capital budget. We confirm that so far the department has prioritized internal funding of 200 million. That is Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We are to finalize consultations with Provincial Treasury to ensure the remaining 100 million, after which the proof of affordability application will be processed to National Treasury for approval. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is confident that construction of the Bishop Office Precinct will commence before the end of this term. The outcome of optimized job opportunities focuses on the restructuring program of the department to maximize the creation of work opportunities in the delivery of infrastructure through expanded public works program. Furthermore, the creation of more job opportunities is done through the coordination of public bodies implementing EPWP in the province of the Eastern Cape. The province is expected to contribute 478,276 work opportunities towards the national effort. The provincial annual target for the 2022-23 financial year was 97,764 work opportunities to be created by the province. And the Department of Public Works targeted 4,000 work opportunities of that total of 97,700. Through the department's coordination efforts, both the department and the Eastern Cape province at large exceeded the targets by creating 101,411 work opportunities and 4,067 work opportunities for the Department of Public Works. The expanded public works is continuing on its commendable effort to alleviate poverty by ensuring that destitute households in the province are at least above the lower bound poverty line as contained in the 2019 to 2024 MTSF target. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Premier, my fellow executive committee members, members of the legislature, allow me to once again acknowledge the unwavering support and contribution made by each one of you and your respective offices. The departmental oversight by the Portfolio Committee led by Honorable Chair Matiwane, the head of department, senior management, departmental staff and stakeholders in general, in ensuring that the department delivers on its mandate of being a leader in the provision of high quality services in infrastructure delivery. Allow me, Chair, now to table the annual report for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me now? Yes, I'm audible enough. The report stands referred to the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure in terms of Rule 192, subsection 5. Before I allow you, Secretary, to read the 6th order, let me also acknowledge the presence of our implementing arm, that is our government senior management led by their HODs. I can see them there, quick gallery. Let us commend you. Ngokuba kwenu apha, you are not wasting your time. It shows that you are working as a collective leadership in those government departments. Keep it up. Secretary, can you read the sixth order of the day?
Introduction of annual report of the Department of Education in terms of Rule 192.4.
I will call upon the MEC responsible for education to present his 2022 to 2023 annual report. MEC Kade.
No, thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Good afternoon to you, members of the executive, members of the House at large, DG, and the entire top management of the provincial government. Guests, invited guests, media houses, the SGPs of the institutions of learning that we have in the province. Firstly, Deputy Chair of Chair, allow me to present the annual report for vote number 6 from the Department of Education. Through you, Chair. Let me just look into the highlights, Chair, that have been at the core of the business of the sector for a couple of decades now. But firstly, let me appreciate the wisdom of the ruling party of the African National Congress for having taken a sober decision of making the Department of Education an apex priority, precisely because of the complexities of the sector, the dynamism that it brought to the society, and as well the long-standing insights in terms of what kind of society we seek to build. Because the failure to deal with that question, you run a risk, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs, of producing certificated nation, not a learned nation. I will come back on another day on that discussion. We have been able, Chair, to achieve the following. The Eastern Cape Department of Education, in collaboration with the Department of Transport, we have been able to secure the transportation currently of 103, the 103 learners, as opposed to the target of 125 that was a target earlier on. But precisely of the shrinking fiscus that the provincial and national government is confronted with. Again, Chair, in terms of the sector, we have been able to promote the access of quality education via the National Schools Nutrition Program, which have been providing nutritious meals to all learners of quintile 1 to 3 in the province. And again, we have been able to introduce a pilot of breakfast program on school nutrition now in order to respond to the levels of poverty of the people of the province. In essence, we have got 2 meals now in our institutions, almost in 4 districts, as part of the pilot currently. But by next year, we'll be rolling it out to all the institutions that are supposed to be getting it. The department, again, Chair, is proud to report that during the year under review, we have been able immensely to contribute towards the alleviation of the poverty that I have cited via the youth development programs, the key integrated areas. The department has ensured that employment opportunities are created to young people of the province via the internships, the expanded public works programs, experimental trainings, the Presidential Youth Initiative, the bursaries that we offer to kids that are coming from variety of families that are classified as families that could not afford the fees of the higher institutions of learning in the country. Again, as a province chair, we are priding ourselves for being champions in the transformation agenda of the sector. You'll remember the introduction of the African languages, the mother tongue bilingual education, which the ministry has actually agreed on now to be a beacon of hope for the entire nation come next year. All of those provinces are supposed to start the mother tongue bilingual education in grade 1, grade 3, grade 7 in incremental form, so that we can have a synergized schooling system in terms of redefining the course of action in the context of the basic education in the country. Again, Chair, in terms of the Eastern Cape Department of Education, we have launched a program last year and is continuing through the partnership we have with NET, Funda Wenze, that responds to the cry that has been internationally of a production of learners without a proper understanding in terms of reading and interpreting the learning process. So we have already dealt with that question. Ours now is to look very closely on the studies that have been made by Paul and Peggy Macha in the context of ensuring that we respond to that international call. Again, Chair, the Department of Education, through its own evolution of the policies, has been able to absorb the early childhood development as part of the ongoing TARA, as part of the TARA ongoing learning program for the beginning of the development of the learners that we have in the province, Chair. And that program has been able to be monitored quite very closely and have been able to achieve the noble targets that we have. Again, Chair, in terms of the academic character of the sector, because we have to, Chairperson, not to forget that we are a Department of Education. We are not a general dealer. From time to time, we must at least not fail to define the character of the sector properly. Currently, Chairperson, I want to report to this House that in terms of the academic progression of learners for the first term and the third term, which are critical for you to see whether are you going or are you coming back. In the first quarter for grade 12 this year, Chair, for the first time after 29 years, we succeeded in making 80.8% in grade 12 in the first quarter, with a history of being around 56, 65 in the first quarter. That's the difference of the performance system that we have this year. Again, Chair, currently, in terms of the third quarter, we have got again another surprise of a Krisani district already surpassed the 80% in terms of the third quarter results at 83.5%, followed by Alfred Nzowest at 80.4%. I'm giving these stats so that we can closely monitor the targets that we have set for ourselves. And again, Chair, very interestingly, which I would want to make an appeal to this House, the people of the province, and the top management of the government entirely. The results of the Eastern Cape live out of the country, Chair, are in the first week of the writing of the examinations. Not in that 30 days. Forget about it. You're not going to do anything about it. Your strategic focus must be from the 30th to the 11th of November. From the 30th of October to the 11th of November. Why? Precisely because of this analysis that I'm giving you now, Chair. The 6 subjects that are pooling subjects in the province are written within that period. Your mathematics, your physical science, your economics, and business studies, and then the 2 languages. So in essence, the 65% of the population of learners of this province are going to write examination in that period. Are going to write examinations in that period. So it's critical to have a closer monitoring in terms of the performance systems as we engage with the academic progression of the learners of the province, Chair. Chair, we have been able to succeed in terms of the projects that we have been presenting before this House. We talked here of the beautification of the schools, trying to respond to the dilapidated infrastructure that we have. The 120 schools. We are currently engaged on it, and we want to finish it before the end of the financial year, so that we can continue with that noble idea. Again, Chair, we are finishing up the 120 fencing of the fencing of the 120 schools that we have presented here, the plans and the target, in the context of bringing safe environment for the kids, safe environment for the workforce that we have employed, Chair. We have been in this House presenting the connectivity of 2,000 schools. For us to respond to the ICT infrastructure, which has opened up our eyes during the COVID-19, that as we define the infrastructure in the context of what we believe and know, there is this critical component of ICT infrastructure that must be rolled out in schools. That project has started, and we're going back to the plans that we presented in 2020 before the issue of the tablets was being taken into court and back. But by the way, we are circling out of court even on that one with the parties that are involved. At an appropriate time, we will give that report to the committee and to this House, Chair. Again, Chair, trying to digitalize the space in education, we have introduced the smart classes so that you can again respond to the technical schools that you have in the province. Bring the smart classes, bring the infrastructure required there so that the technical subjects can benefit out of the ICT rollout plan that we have just introduced, Chairperson. I wanted to conclude, Chair, by saying we have also responded via the ACT and the programs for building a massive infrastructure in the province. If you still remember, in 2020, if not 2019, end of 2019, the research of basic education gave us a challenge of 1,451 schools that do not have a pollution facility, if you still remember that report. Out of that, Chair, 89 of those projects have been completed now. 194 is under planning stage. 319 of such, again, projects are under construction. And 206 of them have been issued to tender now. And 202, again, are part of the ones that we must hand over in the recent times. I want to conclude, Chairperson, by appreciating the good work, the efforts that have been done by every stakeholder in education in the province. And I take my hat off for the portfolio committee that has been always ensuring that we don't lower our guards, but equally the formations of the people within the sector, in particular on the inclusive sector, so that we can up the game in ensuring that we respond to the inclusive society that we seek to build. I wanted again, Chair, to appreciate the educators, principals of schools, SGPs, for the sterling work that they have done. This week, we are recipients of the best ever schools in the country, through Ulwazi in Tanzania. And remember, Ulwazi is not just a school, is 100% maths and science school. So when you talk about 100% pass rate of Ulwazi, you must understand how that comes with. Because this is not just an ordinary school, but a maths and science school. But consistently having 100% for the past 5 years, with more than 400 learners doing grade 12 only. With more than 400 learners, which in other areas, that 400 is a school. To them is just a grade, not a school. So, but get that 100%. So I wanted to appreciate that work with the top management and also the principal of Ulwazi for properly representing the people of the province and the entire population of the people of the Eastern Cape. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
The report stands referred to the Portfolio Committee on Education in terms of Rule 192, subsection 5. It's a marathon. Let us proceed. I will ask the Secretary to read the 7th order of the day.
Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in terms of Rule 192.4.
Before I can allow you, Honorable MEC for COPTA, to present the 2022 to 2023 annual report, let me also acknowledge the presence of Prince Bangilizwe Sitau, Chair of Amatole Local House of Traditional Leadership. Ndandike ndasebenza naye ke nam Honorable DS kwi-committee yalapha ephondweni integration of traditional institutions into government institutions. You are welcome. MEC responsible for COPTA, continue to present the 2022 to 2023 annual report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Premier and Acting Premier currently now, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the House, HODs and distinguished guests, my guest, the Honorable Unkosi Ubambelizwe Scawu, umntwana omhle, umchawe, Our purpose here today, Honorable Chair, is to present the 2022-23 annual report of our department and provide key strategic highlights that we have achieved in the year under review, and for this august House to consider that report. Our mandate as the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is to support our municipalities and traditional institutions in order to capacitate them to deliver quality services to communities and strengthen their institutional capacity for them to uplift the standard of living of our people. Whilst the department shoulders the responsibility, however, municipalities are legislatively obliged to carry out the local government developmental duties with regards to policy setting, to planning, to democratization, to town planning, and revenue enhancement. In essence, Honorable Deputy Chair, municipalities are duty-bound to provide infrastructure to communities so that those communities can live in a clean environment where a better life for all can be realized, and where businesses, where commerce, where industry, where tourism, and socio-economic development can thrive. Honorable Chair, the challenges that municipalities face are huge. However, we can indicate with confidence that some are moving with speed towards the right direction in terms of handling the resources of the public. That is why, Honorable Chair, above 50% of the municipalities of our province have achieved unqualified audit opinions, and 3 of them have achieved clean audit opinions. The challenge that our municipalities continue to confront is the poor expenditure of their infrastructure budgets. And this poor expenditure paralyzes service delivery. And this has forced us to develop a strategy that is coined as the risk-adjusted strategy, which is aimed at giving impetus on municipal capacity to spend the budgets allocated. We have stopped listening to reasons for services not to go and to be received by our people. We do not want explanations of why services are not extended to our people. We want services to be extended to our communities, because our view is that it is not right for our communities to have to embark on protest actions before they receive services at municipal level. We have started an approach where every night from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock, we sit with all the municipalities per district to understand why services cannot be delivered to our communities. And in those meetings, there are no holy cows. Linked to this is our resolve to ensure that competent managers are appointed by all municipalities, failing which those who take wrong decisions in appointment of incompetent managers, our resolve is that they must pay individually for the fault lines that are a result of wrong appointments in local government. With regards to Operation Masipatisane, we have successfully supported municipalities to respond to community concerns and petitions, such that soon in Krisani, especially in Okumgijima municipality, one of the bridges which our communities complained about, we will be launching it in the next week as a response of government to public concerns and petitions. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Department of COCTA Strategic Review of 2022-23 is based on the following apex priorities linked to the back to basic pillar. We focused on improved governance, coordination, and integration, implementation of the district development model, accelerate service delivery by municipalities, improve the developmental capacity of the institution of traditional leaders. Our overall objective is to ensure that all these strategies are implemented in order to make municipalities work better and leave no one behind, because local government is everyone's business. In the year under review, our department maintained and improved performance on its targets because of our improved performance management processes. This is shown by our department achieving 98% of all the targets that were agreed upon and adopted. We have rolled out the district development model, and we have monitored all the development plans by all our municipalities, and the rating were given nationally on evaluation of our development plans. Out of 3, most of our municipalities achieved a rating of 2.6. It is pleasing to note that all our municipalities adopted their district development models, and all stakeholders participated in ensuring that the DDM succeeds. Honorable Deputy Chair, as a caring department that put interests of the people and their concerns first, we have also developed a service delivery charter, which is a mechanism that allows people to lodge complaints and for follow-ups and feedback. And we've focused on this service delivery charter, especially to the distressed municipalities. Because our belief is that although those municipalities are distressed financially, but those communities cannot be left alone. Those municipalities must be managed in order to perform in terms of service delivery to our communities. In support of the fight against corruption and harnessing ethical conduct, the department facilitated the rolling out of the local government anti-corruption strategy and municipal integrity management framework. As part of our commitment to improve municipal audit outcomes, we also monitored the implementation of audit response plans by municipalities. Our main concern relates to municipalities that owe ESCOM, and as a department working together with the Provincial Treasury and National Treasury, we are working on the program where the National Department of Treasury is helping municipalities to sign agreements on the payment arrangements with ESCOM, which is going to run for the next 3 years. We are busy engaging the department in terms of the conditions linked to that payment agreement so that it does not affect the asset base and the integrity of municipalities to raise loan and debts in the future. Our province is prone to natural disasters. And our department, under difficult conditions, has been able to manage and coordinate our disaster response as a province. However, the cost of addressing disasters is beyond the provincial government and municipalities combined. We are awaiting the national government to allocate in the next adjustment another financial injection in order to respond to all the areas of the province which are still in the state of disaster, whilst disaster has passed in the past 4 months. Our challenge remains customary male initiation. In the winter season, we experienced a high mortality rate of 22 initiates. 10 of those initiates were illegally circumcised. Although our focus was in OR Tambo, working together with traditional leaders, we continue to experience illegal initiation schools. Amabhoma xa sifika siyojonga uba abakhwetha ithini imeko yabo kulaa mhlaba wasesajonisi, sifike phaya abakhwetha bebalekisiwe ebhomeni, kwaye nabantu belali besoyika usixelela ukubana ngubani owoluse abantwana. Besithi boyika ubulawa ngoba ubaba ke basixelela bazawufikelwa ngobusuku bazobulawa. Sicela kubazali uba mabancedisane norhulumente kunye nabantwana begazi inkosi ukuzama ukulwa nokwaluswa kwabantwana ngokungekho mthethweni. Eyona nto imbi kukuba ndimana ukuza apha kule ndlu yowiso mthetho ndizothetha ngezidumbu zabantwana esithe saphulukana nabo ngenxeni yolwaluko olungenzeki ngendlela efanelekileyo. Naphaya Alfred Nzo amabhoma amathathu sithe sakufika pha abekho abantwana, futhi abantu abafuna usixelela uba ngubani owolusileyo. Sivumelene ke namapolisa into kokubana lo mcimbi kufuneka ngoku ungene kwi-crime intelligence khona ukuze wonke umntu owalusayo aziwe, sikwazi ukunqanda ukusweleka kwabantwana, ngoba singurhulumente sibizwa xa kuthe kwaseleka kube kukhona sibizwayo uba masizosabela uba kwenzeke ntoni. Kube sekungancedike, sicela abazali baqiniseke uba ingcibi namakhankatha ngabantu abafundisiweyo ngurhulumente ukuze bamelane nalo msebenzi. Madam Honorable Deputy Chair, we are committed to maintaining the highest standards of good governance, manage public finances and resources in line with the statutes. We are also reporting an improvement in the submission of vetting and security pre-screening which were conducted to ensure suitability of personnel employed by our department. The department has an ethics and integrity management policy and implementation plan, a preventative measure against conflict of interest in relation to prohibition of trade with organs of state by our own officials. Our drive has been on improvement of the quality of lives of our people through a hands-on support to our municipalities and traditional leaders. And this is linked to the clarion call made by the ruling party that this year is the year of decisive action to advance people's interests. Despite the hurdles we confronted, we managed as a department to achieve an unqualified audit opinion without emphasis of matter, which is called a clean audit. This makes our department to be in the third consecutive year of achieving a clean audit. And this is in line with the 5-year strategic plan of the 6th administration. I would like to appreciate the work of the senior management of our department, the middle management and entire staff, traditional leaders, and everyone that has contributed to our achievements. Honorable Speaker, with those few words, I would like to thank the chair of the Portfolio Committee and the Portfolio Committee as a whole for the work they have done with us, supporting us, being critical in ensuring that we do our work properly. And with that support, I would like to submit our annual report as the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for consideration by the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. The report stands referred to the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in terms of our standing rules, rule number 192, subsection 5. I will ask the Secretary to read the 8th order of the day.
Introduction of annual report of the Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform and ECRDA in terms of Rule 192.4.
I will call upon the MEC responsible for rural development and agrarian reform to present her 2022 to 2023 annual report.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Acting Premier and my colleagues, the Executive Council, the Honorable members of this House, and also the Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, all heads of department that are here and all officials and members of the public that are in the gallery, farmers and the community of the Eastern Cape, good afternoon, goeiemiddag, molweni. This month is a very important month in the history of our struggle against colonialism and apartheid as we celebrate the birth of Oliver Tambo, the titan of our revolution. His name is counted amongst the key drivers of South Africa's liberation and is one of the founding fathers of our constitutional democracy, described by former President Nelson Mandela as, open quotes, a great giant that strode the globe like a colossus, close quote. Had O.R. Tambo been alive, he would be celebrating 106 years. It is very important, therefore, that we must always remind ourselves of a man who knew no other life other than the life of liberating his people from a monster called apartheid. Delivering a memorial lecture on the occasion of the celebration of the centenary of his birthday, former President Thabo Mbeki had this to say, open quotes, I am arguing that we must pay heartfelt tribute to Oliver Tambo for his leadership of the ANC and the rest of the broad liberation movement, such that this movement as a whole recovered from the near destruction brought about by the extreme repression which followed that banning of the ANC in 1960 to lead the process which led to our liberation in 1994. As all of us know, the ANC is now 105 years old. During the years of its existence, it had faced many challenges to its place as the preeminent and historic representatives of the oppressed, close quote. The ANC has this year turned 111 years, and there is no possibility that it will be destroyed. With Oliver Tambo's spirit, we are marching towards a resounding victory in 2024, and this victory will surprise many analysts and pessimists who continue to make noise that the ANC is finished and it will no longer exist beyond 2024. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, in this important month we celebrate World Food Day. It is celebrated every year around the world on the 16th of October, the date that the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations was founded in 1945. First commemorated by the FOA in 1979, the World Food Day aims to promote healthy diets and eradicate hunger issues by 2030. World Food Day adopts a new theme every year, with previous themes including family farming in 2014 and Our Actions Are Our Future in 2018, and the theme for this year is Safe Food Today for a Healthy Tomorrow, which stresses that production and consumption of safe food have immediate and long-term benefits for people, the planet, and the economy. It also hosts an annual poster competition with 2023 brief calling on all children and teens around the world. We encourage children between the ages 5 to 19 to use their imagination and create a poster of their favorite food hero at work. The world is full of food heroes, from farmers to drivers, shop assistants, food banks and government representatives, etc., who despite various challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic, work hard to make sure that food makes its way from farmers to the table. Madam Deputy Chair of Chairs, as I table this annual report in this esteemed house today, I wish to remind everyone that next year is the very year 2024, we, the optimists, including all South Africa, will be celebrating 30 years since the advent of democracy. And in whatever that we do as the department Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, we implement our programs and we are guided by the National Policy on Food and Nutrition Security, which provides a broad framework for the fulfillment of the constitutional imperative of the right to have access to sufficient food and serve as a guide to national, provincial, and local government in pursuing food security at every level. At a provincial level, there is a food production policy which provides programs in accordance with NPFNS. These policies are supported by the mechanization policy which guides the provision of production equipment to support farmers. During the period under review, the department implemented key partnership programs on grain to increase not only area under production, but also the yield. These partnerships were district-based, where land was aggregated at a commercial scale, which reduced the cost of production and enabled farmers to get expert technical support from the commodity experts. Due to these partnerships, the produce is linked to the markets and generate income and employment opportunities. In accordance with our strategies, the department supported farmers across the province with all commodities. They were also supported with technical support, production inputs, and infrastructure. It should be noted that the support is limited as the needs identified in the business plans are unlimited and budget continues to shrink. As the department, we are rigorously engaged with partnerships in order to address this. The Eastern Cape agricultural, forestry, and fishing industry was amongst the 5 industries that had a negative growth rate as it contracted by 1.27% in 2022. This is in contrast to the favorable climate conditions and international price that the industry received. The contraction is in the agriculture industry growth rate was affected by escalating input prices, load shedding, rising input costs, and delayed fruit export in Cape Town ports. The cost of production was extremely high for the South African farmers in the year 2022. This was because of the international markets that supply the major agricultural inputs. The Russia-Ukraine war affected fuel prices and fertilizer prices significantly. Diesel prices increased by 68% inland and by 49% coastal, while petrol increased by 31% inland and 30% coastal. And fertilizer also increased by 61% in the same period. During the 2022-2023 financial year, the department exceeded its revenue target by 8.5 million. The main contributors to this over-collection were administrative fees, service provided by vet services, interest received, and transaction in financial assets and liabilities. To optimize revenue generation, the department implemented speed points at revenue collection centers in the district, and a total of 7,283 hectares of agricultural land were protected and rehabilitated for increased agricultural use, while 787 beneficiaries adopted and practiced sustainable production technologies and practices for improved livelihood. In the process of rehabilitation of agricultural natural resources, a total of 531 green jobs were created. To this end, a total of 155 agricultural infrastructure projects were completed, resulting in a total of 6,062 producers of various commodities, ranging from red meat, grain, citrus, and other provincial specific commodities, supported through completion of on and off-farm infrastructure projects. And a total of 755 infrastructure jobs were created through the implementation of these projects. The overall basic infrastructure in agriculture is crucial for the success of farmers and the overall growth and sustainability of the agriculture industry. Moreover, 31,735 hectares were planted for production of field crops. This resulted in a support of a total of 12,539 smallholder producers, whilst a total of 22,645 subsistence producers were supported with deliveries of production inputs. We supported the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and municipalities through intergovernmental relations by implementing spring water protection technology in 8 rural villages across the province. This initiative provided water to 3 villages in Krisani, 1 in Choukabi, 1 in OR Tambo, 1 in Amatole, and 2 in Alfrenzo district municipalities, with a budget of 5.8 that was allocated to spring water projects. And also, we managed to create 459 temporal jobs whilst we were busy with the implementation of this project, and also imparted artisanal skills and to the participating citizens. These projects provided a total of 246 taps, benefiting 2,089 households. Today, they do have clean water. Lastly, under the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, we supported 311 young people and 2,188 women in agriculture throughout the province. This demonstrated the government's unwavering intention to increase youth and women participation in agriculture in the province. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the good news is that the department has defended its audit opinion as we once more received a clean audit opinion. Words, words of appreciation go to all our employees for a great work performed, especially those at the coalface of service delivery. We also wish to thank our strategic partners for the support on behalf of the department. Let me take this opportunity to thank the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee led by Honorable Pese for guidance and support, not only in the period under review, but for the entire 6th term. They have been patient with us as they played their oversight role. Their hard work has now borne fruit of this outstanding achievement. ECRDA, though, has regressed and received a disclaimer as opposed to the previous unqualified audit opinion. We will take a turn for the better. This entity, however, has managed to achieve the following amongst many. During that year, Q2 of the year under review, the revenue generated from the sale of 3,733 tons of timber was 3.6 million. And the loan recoveries were at 63%, and loan disbursed was 6.6 million to 44 applications and 193 beneficiaries. And also they assisted 91 farmers to receive hemp permits. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, government remains committed to deliver services to all our people. We signed a contract with them and can see that there is progress. They remain resolute that their government will not let them down. We have traveled this long road to freedom together with them. Together we have crossed the Rubicon, and we have no space and time for pessimists. As Amica Cabral once wrote, open quotes, always remember that the people are not fighting for ideas, nor for what is in men's minds. The people fight and accept the sacrifices demanded by the struggle in order to gain material advantages, to live better and in peace, to benefit from progress and for the better future of their children. National liberation, the struggle against colonialism, the construction of peace, progress and independence are hollow words devoid of any significance unless they can be translated into real improvement of living conditions, and that is what we are doing. For we believe that our people are in agreement with us that we have made progress in the above regard. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, it is my singular privilege and honor to table the 2022-2023 annual reports for the Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform and Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency. I thank you.
The report stands referred to Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Agrarian in terms of Rule 192 subsection 5. Honorable members, we are still left with 6 orders of the day. I will call upon the Honorable DS, Deputy Speaker, to come and share the meeting.
Can I ask the secretary to read the next order of the day, which is the 9th?
Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Transport and Maiboya Transport Corporation in terms of Rule 192.4.
Honorable MEC. And he is joining us virtually.
Yeah. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
On
Honorable Deputy Speaker, am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah. I'm not sure if you can hear me, Deputy Speaker. I can't hear. Deputy Speaker? I can't hear, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker? Deputy Speaker? I can't hear. Hello? And Eve, okay. Can I? Oh, okay. I hear now. Yeah, I hear now. Deputy Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable MEC.
Oh, okay. And Eve, okay. All right. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Acting Premier, members of the Executive Council, with your permission, can I close the camera, Honorable Deputy Speaker? Members of the legislature, the HODs present, and the entire management and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my honor and privilege to stand before this august house and share some notes on the progress that we have achieved during the 2022-2023 financial year. Honorable Speaker, our department is working hard to provide efficient, sustainable and affordable and accessible transport system in the province. We are saying this cognizant of the challenges confronting our department. Honorable members, the Department of Transport and its entities remain resolute in rendering quality services to the people of this province. During the period, the Eastern Cape Department of Transport focused on the following plans: that is, ensuring access to social economic activities through upgrading, rehabilitation, and resealing for our provincial roads, and providing subsidized bus passenger services for the people, and mainly in rural areas to have access to affordable public transport services, and the provisioning of scholar transport services to deserving learners from grade R to 12 who travel distances that are more than 7 kilometers. And also we're focused on the traffic enforcement in order to maximize traffic control and law enforcement. Honorable Chair, we have an ongoing challenge of scholar transport funding that gets exhausted before the end of the term due to a number of issues, including internal controls that we are striving to address. This affects the delivery of services since we have to reprioritize our budget to fund this cost pressure. Our department is currently referring more than learners than the target. This is due to the fact that the department has not commenced with the implementation of 2022 database, which we have reduced to the number of learners to be transported. Thousand learners. We hope that the incoming scholar transport tender commencing from the 1st of April structure maintenance backlog for annual periodic maintenance through regraveling, resealing, and rehabilitation of targeted 10% of the paved and unpaved network, respectively. These provincial roads are carrying significant high traffic volumes while serving strategic functions and should be prioritized for capital upgrade.
Public that are joining these proceedings. Can I request the HOD of the department to liaise with the MEC that right on this note, he must just table the report only? Public that are joining these proceedings. Can I request the HOD of the department to liaise with Honorable Acting Premier, just before you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Order. I think
Okay.
I was on a point of order.
All
Just to ask if there's any other MEC that is going to present, because we are also live streaming. Would prefer, because we prefer them to be in the house. If due to some, hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes, very well.
All right.
That's why I was appealing to the Acting Premier to make that intervention.
Yeah, so that they also open their videos.
Yes, but what I wanted is that the MEC must be informed that we are going to cut the transmission and allow the person designated by the Premier or the Premier herself to table and complete the report, just to formalize it in terms of the rules of the House. Otherwise, this is a challenge to everyone. If we are following, you can do so, Honorable Premier. I don't see the acting HOD, so you are the only person with a baton this afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the members of the legislature, everyone present. Deputy Speaker, it is our singular honor to table the annual report for the Department of Transport, Maibuye Transport Corporation, in terms of Rule 192.4. Thank you.
Much, Honorable Acting Premier. As an indication of the report, it is in front of us, Honorable Member. Can I then request the Secretary to read the 10th order of the day?
Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Human Settlements in terms of Rule 192.4.
Honorable MEC, 20 minutes. I will guide your time.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings again to all the honorable members and then distinguished guests in line with the already established protocols. That's human settlements. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I would like to start by joining the peace-loving people of the world and the South African government in expressing deepest condolences to the lives lost in the Israel-Palestine conflict. The recent conflagration has risen from a continued illegal occupation of Palestine land, continued settlement expansion, desecration of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Christian holy sites, and the ongoing oppression of the Palestinian people. I wish to join the South African government in calling for the immediate cessation of violence, restraint, and peace between Israel and Palestine. In the same vein, call for a decisive action by the international bodies, including UN and the ICC, against the perpetrators of the killing of the people of Palestine for many years. Honorable members, on behalf of the Department of Human Settlement, I wish to appreciate the opportunity to table the 2022-23 annual report of the Department of Human Settlement. We are particularly honored to be tabling the annual report within the Human Settlement month of October. October is designated by UN Habitat as the UN Settlements Month. This is recognizing that urbanization presents some of the most significant opportunities and challenges in the world we live in today, and that the cities are centers for economic growth and development, but also face demographic, environmental, economic, and social challenges. Every October, UN Habitat and its partners organize a month of activities, events, and discussions on urban sustainability, a chance for people around the world to join the conversation around the challenges and opportunities created by the fast pace of change in our cities and towns. The theme and focus in this year is of the resilient urban economies, cities as drivers of growth and recovery. Focusing on the role that cities play in the recovery after crisis, be it COVID-19, economic downturns, conflict, or climate emergencies. It is therefore important for us as we table the 22-23 annual report to give an account on the road traversed and plans to achieve this noble goal of the UN Habitat, and that of leaving no one behind in building sustainable integrated human settlements. In our collective effort to establish sustainable integrated human settlements in the province, we are compassed by the manifesto of the ruling party, the African National Congress, and the Freedom Charter, which declared that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. The department continues to change the landscape of the Eastern Cape through creating integrated sustainable human settlements, serving the most vulnerable of our communities in realization of the strategic priorities of the Provincial Development Plan and the National Development Plan. Honorable Deputy Speaker, all resources at our arsenal, be it human as well as financial, have been committed on implementation of programs that will yield the greatest impact towards an attainment of NDP Vision 2030, and the department is increasing its effort in ensuring that the MTSF and the PMTSF targets are achieved. As the department reflects on the performance of the year under review, let me share the key service delivery highlights that we have embarked upon in pursuance of the strategic objective. The department is prioritizing the provision of decent homes to the destitute and vulnerable groups. This is of great importance in the persistent fight against gender-based violence and femicide, which has highlighted the vulnerability of child-headed households, women, and the elderly. This financial year, the department has developed 4,352 service sites with 4,118 rural, 234 urban. Furthermore, 344 units were completed to shelter destitute households, and this intervention is currently benefiting approximately 5,338 households comprising of the elderly, women, people living with disabilities, youth, and military veterans. The finance-linked individual subsidy program has now been delinked and renamed First Home Finance. Because of the policy amendments, this means that beneficiaries do not need a bond to benefit, but can use other means of sourcing funding. Through this program, 274 qualifying beneficiaries have received financial assistance to purchase their first homes. This contributes towards the transforming the property market, and it is hoped that the changes will attract a greater constituency of the middle class and wider spread across the province. The department continues to navigate challenges faced in the rolling out of social housing due to funding constraints, and as a result, annual targets have not been met. The Steve Biko project precinct by Kama Social Housing Institution has just resumed construction in December 2022 after mobilizing the additional funding. The department is continuously engaging the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, SHRA, which is the implementing agent for social housing, to resuscitate the terminated Ocean View Social Housing Project in BCMM and increase the footprint of social housing across our province. Honorable members, as the department, we put high premium on the issuance of title deeds, for the program is at the core of restoration of the dignity of our people through the title deeds. To us, the title deeds do not just present a mere paper, but it ensures security of tenure. It is in this context that we are committed to attending and resolving challenges and weaknesses in the issuance of the title deeds. We have embarked on the MEC-led campaign to roll out the issuance of title deeds at a massive scale under the theme, Restoring the People's Dignity Through Home Ownership, One Title Deed, One Beneficiary. The department appointed 28 conveyancers in various municipalities to accelerate the registration and issuance of title deeds to homeowners, and this made it possible to resolve some of the administrative blockages, such as township establishments, outdated general plans, and township registers. The department gradually progressed towards the MTSF performance and managed to register 2,615 title deeds in the following categories: pre-1994, 70, post-1994, 2,145, post-2014, 6, and new title deeds, 394. To strengthen the intergovernmental relations as a tool for integration and improved service delivery, the MEC-MMC Implementation Forum has been established as a platform for a coordinated political administrative interface between the two spheres of government, that being the provincial and the local government, to inform and enable a shared understanding on critical matters pertaining to the transformation of the sector and the delivery of integrated human settlements in the province. Since the establishment of the MEC-MMC implementation platform, we are now at the stage wherein we are able to quantify the progress achieved in terms of addressing the challenges and the bottlenecks in the sector. The platform is indeed yielding positive results, including in unblocking the historically blocked project. We are knitting together collaborative efforts towards unblocking 87 projects in various parts of the province, and during 22-23 financial year, 34 of the 84 blocked projects were unblocked and will be implemented over the multi-years in Alfonso, Amatole, Crisani, Buffalo City Metro, and Sarah Batman. Furthermore, we are leveraging on partnerships with the appointing agents to assess the work that was left at various stages of construction to accelerate unblocking of the blocked project. Innovative and sustainable building technology is another alternative option that the department is utilizing than brick and mortar to augment service delivery when implementing departmental programs. In the current financial year, the department managed to construct 77 units using ISBT in 6 projects within the Buffalo City Metro, KSD, Port St. John's, and Dlambe. The department appreciates the support continuously received from other departments, the private sector, and non-governmental sectors that contribute towards the transformation of our communities. It is in this context that we convened the first ever Eastern Cape Human Settlements in Daba, partnering with the Nelson Mandela University, amongst other stakeholders. The Eastern Cape Human Settlements in Daba served as a platform that brings together minds for conceptual clarity, a shared perspective on the establishment of the integrated human settlement in our province. It is important to us, for we believe that we ought to be deliberate in directing the development of human settlements with new cities and new economies. Like James Howard articulates that, I quote, "Human settlements are like living organisms. They must grow and they will change, but we can decide on the nature of the growth, on the quality and the character of it, and where it ought to go," I close quote. On strengthening public education and awareness on various instruments, the Rental Housing Tribunal, through awareness campaigns conducted for municipalities and the public, is assisting the people of our province who are in the rental market to resolve disputes between the landlord and tenants. The department has resolved 317 rental disputes cases, and this protects the rights of the people of the province by providing communities with access to free legal services. In addition, 6,765 housing beneficiaries were reached through consumer education and increased visibility of human settlements and services in transforming communities. The benefit of this program extends beyond the handing over of a completed house, but to ensuring that through care and maintenance, the product retains its growth value, as well as affording consumer protection. The department remained resolute in the implementation of the broad policy priorities of the 6th term of administration. Appreciation goes to the Premier of our province and my colleagues in the Executive Council for their continued support, as well as the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements for their robust oversight over the department. A word of thanks goes to the management and all the staff of the department for their commitment as they continue to demonstrate serving all our communities for the betterment of the lives of the people of the Eastern Cape. I hereby table the annual report of the Department of Human Settlements in terms of Rule 192.4 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. The report stands referred to the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements in terms of Rule 192, subsection 5. I will ask the Secretary to read the next 11th order of the day.
Introduction of annual report of the Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture and ECPAC.
Honourable Konsiwe. 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Good afternoon to you, the honorable members of this House, the people that are watching on our social media, the members of the media that are present here, friends Zetwezia, and the officials of the department, all HODs that are present here and acting HODs. Good afternoon to you all. Honorable Acting Speaker, I rise to speak on behalf of the collective voice of the people, of those who have interest and benefits that are found in sports, recreation, arts, culture, heritage, library, and archive services, whom we found struggling, structural impediments to socio-economic development, and we contributed with a view to better their livelihood. This is in line with what our icon, Utatu Oliver Reginald Tambo, who has to say this, I open quote, "It was always my desire to strike new ground and help to lend weight where it was most required," close quote. In response to government priorities as set out in the 2019-24 Provincial Medium-Term Strategic Framework and the 22-23 provincial mandate paper on for the 6th administration, I'm proud to present the following key performance highlights as against the 2023 annual performance plans as tabled at this August House last financial year. I will confine my presentation on 4 critical areas as enshrined in our 2020-25 strategic plan. Thus, 1, the development and promotion of cultural and creative industries. The continued government and private sector investment in the cultural and creative sector has resulted into a significant economic contribution to the province, as well as stimulate new and innovative ways of working and engaging with communities. As a result, the province comes number 4 contributing to the South African creatives economy. We are proud for having contributed meaningfully to the transformation of the province's socio-economic growth through our creative and cultural industries, heritage and major sport tourism events. Summarily, the achievements can be associated with the following strides. 1, the people of the province enjoyed government support and the hosting of a range of successful arts and culture festivals. For example, the National Arts Festival, Isingese 2, Wild Coast Cultural Festival, etc., which had an immense economic contribution to the hosting local municipalities. This included both privately and government-run festivities. 2, on music sector, many artists have received funding to record new music, including albums by beloved performers. One of the most exciting initiatives established as part of the response to the need to develop music in the province is the Music's Accelerated Program. This program has seen the establishment of record labels, a step that has taken the department out to music practitioners, bringing people together in immense and collaborative events that are designed to harness our collective creative energy and innovative spirit. Also, on the film industry, has also responded well. We have supported new screen productions to take advantage of the Eastern Cape's strong in responding to the demand for our local stories internationally. We are proud for having produced the first ever screen production, Gqeberha the Empire. Our work could not have been completed without the support of the Eastern Cape Provincial Arts and Culture Council, which is ECPEC. The department has supported self-published authors from manuscripts to bookshelves by publishing 100 books this financial year. To this end, the department, through its public entity, ECPEC, has made a breakthrough in the crafts sector by developing an online market aimed at promoting exquisite craft products to domestic as well as international markets. We are also positioning the entity to play a bigger role in supporting the development of crafts through the provincialization of craft projects. The second point is on transformation of the heritage landscape. Geographical place names form an integral part of linguistic, cultural, and historical character in the province. The naming of geographical features and places is probably a natural and spontaneous as the naming of one's individual persons and probably an old. Working together with Eastern Cape Geographical Place Names Committee, ECPGNC, we have 11 place names that were approved and published in the Government Gazette of the 26th August 2022. However, it's worth noting to indicate that all aspects of geographical naming are being affected by the new technology for collecting and disseminating gazetted names, which is post-gazetting, and by new users of geographical names data. We have commemorated massacres and launched exhibitions that narrate the events and immortalize the epoch of conflict that paved the way for rapid attainment of freedom and democracy in South Africa. The exhibition on the Pondo Revolt of 1960 is on display in the Ingquza Hill Museum in Flagstaff, Craddock 4 at the Great Fish River Museum, and Hilltown exhibition at Manqoma, which is formerly known as Fort Beaufort Museum. Working with Eastern Cape Provincial Heritage Resources Authority, ECPRA, we have submitted Classes River Caves to the World Heritage Committee to be declared the World Heritage Site. A feasibility study on the development of the fossil park in Qimika village, Stekspruit, was initiated. On the exhumation, repatriation and reburial program, the department is proud to indicate that human remains of our fallen heroes and heroines were acted upon through the program. For instance, we have acted on the names of the remains of James Ambile Puoi from Kabeja, no Bozwana Bonakele Ngongolo, no Fiana Simloch, Nabany. In calculating a culture of reading and lifelong learning, it is our responsibility to ensure that a culture of reading and lifelong learning is included in the Eastern Cape citizens. The principle of equity, diversity, and inclusion guide the provincial library work. With that in mind, the department developed and implemented a roadmap to ensure that the library spaces, collections, advocacy programs and projects, both are digital and physical, are easily accessible to all. Here I refer to issuing of electronic library cards and addition of more electronic resources, including e-books, which has seen about 923,935 community members accessing library services. To drive this work, the department supported the Provincial Library Council and library committees in the areas of collection, outreach, communication, and internal practices. In improving governance and accountability, the department has provided records management focused on support to government bodies like municipalities and different departments. By the end of financial year under review, progress on the following infrastructure projects, amongst others, was recorded as follows. The construction of Cook House Library was at 95% completion. The renovation and upgrade of the Manqoma Library, which is Fort Beaufort, and Jeffreys Bay Library were at 100% completion. We delivered Mango Modular Library in Alfredo. The other point on increasing participation and capacity in sport and recreation. A key part of our function is to work with partners to provide participation opportunities in sports and recreation so that communities be active, have fun, and lead a healthy lifestyle, and become ultimately professionals. The province was afforded an opportunity to host the launch or the draw of the Netball World Cup, and the event was televised live on international platforms. On school sports, the department, working with the Department of Education and other social partners, managed to organize school sports games with over 9,426 young people involved in district games. The program instills culture of personal excellence, teamwork, leadership, determination, and discipline. It is shaped to culminate in a carnival style at provincial and national level events, attracting a wide range of children with different abilities and skills. Approximately a third of the participants in the school games program come from disadvantaged backgrounds within the province, including representation of young people with both physical and special educational needs. This enormous competitive school sports program involved 278 volunteers in capacity building programs. On recreation, nearly 17,612 young people aged between 11 and 25 years participated regularly in community recreation hub programs during this year under review. The program is designed to develop both a love and habit of taking part in organized and regular sport and recreation events, with the sports on offer determined by local communities' interest and demand. On community sports, excuse me, in the same breath, the department, in collaboration with its social partners, managed to host several sports recreation events. Through these interventions, we have seen athletes collecting medals and trophies in various codes of sport and national and international levels. Provision of equipment and attire. The department has supported about 240 schools, 120 clubs, excuse me, 80 community hubs with equipment and attire, with a view to provide opportunities for young people to get to sporting park and be supported to move seamlessly to higher sports echelons. As I conclude, Honorable Acting Speaker, we are especially grateful to have experienced mutual value creation with, and hopefully also for, different stakeholders and partners in our network during the delivery of services. During the year under review, our sectors, that is sports, recreation, arts, culture, heritage, library, and archives, have shown their power to bring us as a province and society together, exploring who we are, challenging our thinking, binding our committees together, and bringing our stories to both provincial and national stages. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate the role played by the Portfolio Committee of the department in their oversight responsibility on all service delivery and governance matters. Their findings and recommendations, together with other oversight bodies, such as Audit Committee, have helped us to attain yet again a clean audit for both the public entity, ECPEC, and the department. I want to acknowledge and appreciate also the commitment and professionalism of the departmental officials. I am proud of their determination to make a difference for the Eastern Cape communities. Honorable Acting Speaker and honorable members, I therefore present to you the annual report 2022-23 for the Department of the Eastern Cape, Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, and EPEC. Diyabulela kakhulu enkosi bayadanki mense
Sabulela mphathiswa.
ekes bayaliferdyele.
Le ngxelo ke izawugqithiselwa kwikomiti ejongene nemicimbi yezemidlalo, ubugcisa nenkcubeko ngokomgqaliselo wekhulu elinama-92 umhlathana wesihlanu. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I will now request the Secretary to read the next order of the day. Honorable Kombalda. Secretary, can you read the order? What is happening?
Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Community Safety.
Over to you, Honorable MEC. 20 minutes, start now.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Premier of the Eastern Cape Province and the Acting Premier today, Honorable Luciti, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the House, members of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee, as led by Honorable Mluleki Dlelanga, Head of the Department of Community Safety, Mr. Vianney Mapolisa, distinguished guests, media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Chapter 12 of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, envisage, I quote, in 2030, people living in South Africa feel safe and have no fear of crime. They are safe at school, at work, and they enjoy an active community life free of fear. Women can walk freely in the streets and children can play safely outside. The police service is a well-resourced professional institution staffed by highly skilled officers who value their work, serve the community, safeguard lives and property without discrimination, protect the peaceful against violence, and respect the rights of all to equality and justice, close quote. Honorable members, the department has changed its name from the Department of Community Liaison to the Department of Community Safety, precisely to achieve the National Development Plan Vision 2030, which envisions a South Africa where people feel free and have no fear of crime. Musa Ukuthula Kusonakala campaign and the Provincial Safety Strategy. As we table this annual report for the 2022-2023 financial year, I would like to inform this august House that the department has adopted various plans to reduce crime in this province. The Department of Community Safety set aside the month of November as Safety Month. And during this period, the department launched various anti-crime programs and campaigns, such as the Musa Ukuthula Kusonakala campaign, loosely translated as "Do not keep quiet when wrong things happen," and the holistic and historic launch of Provincial Safety Strategy. The Provincial Safety Strategy has been warmly welcomed by our stakeholders as it is premised on the will of the people. Honorable members, the Provincial Safety Strategy has been anchored on the following 6 pillars: active public and community public participation, safety through environmental design, effective and integrated service delivery for safety, security, and prevention of violence, early intervention to prevent crime and violence, and promote safety, victim support, and effective criminal justice system. We have anti-crime strategies and the political mandate of monitoring SAPS, the organizational structure, something that has not been there in many years, is now being implemented. Financial alignment. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, please allow me to table the annual report for the Department of Community Safety. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. The report stands referred to the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety in terms of Rule 192, subsection 5. Thank you very much, Mphathiswa Siyabulela. I will now ask the Secretary to read the 13th order of the day.
Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, ECDC, Island and IDZ, Parks and Tourism Agency, Eastern Cape Liquor Board, Eastern Cape Gambling Board, and Kucha IDZ.
Thank you very much, Mphathiswa Umama Peters.
Honorable Deputy Speaker and the Honorable Acting Premier and all honorable members of this House and all HODs that are present here and all government officials that are present here, good evening and goeienaand. It is an honor and privilege that I stand before this august House to present the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism for the 2022-2023 financial year. We use this time to pause and reflect on what we have been able to achieve over the year under review in bettering the lives of our people. We also use this time to reflect on challenges that we encountered over the same period. We also allow for constructive feedback that will pave way for improved service to our people going forward. The work that we undertook during the year under review is in line with government policy priorities as outlined in the NTP and also in the Provincial Midterm Strategic Framework and PDP. We started the implementation of our targets for the year under a stressed economic environment, forcing government to continue with the economic reconstruction and recovery plan that the country and the province adopted in 2021. One of the key policy areas where the department played a key role was to drive the economy is investment promotion. We used our capacity and capability to provide mobilization and content support to the second installment of the Provincial Investment Conference, which recorded 46.5 billion worth of investment in 2022. These investments will mostly be driven through our three public entities, that is ECDC, East London IDZ, and Kucha Development Corporation. It is through the investment-related programs that these entities are involved in that were able to create more than 23,498 jobs. I am pleased to report that tourism is moving into the right direction with respect to domestic tourism, with the achievement of 16% increase recorded when compared to the previous year. According to South African tourism, the Eastern Cape was the fourth best performer with 5.8 million domestic trips in 2022 compared to 5 million undertaken in 2021. This therefore meant that the revenue these figures generated for the province increased from 8.2 billion to 8.7 billion in 2022. We attribute this growth to the 6 priority development areas that embody the Eastern Cape Tourism Master Plan 2022 to 2032. These are destination accessibility, destination management, product development, visitors experience, transformation and marketing. Our major focus now is on mobilizing infrastructure investment in the sector to grow tourism in the Eastern Cape. We are happy, however, that 2022-2023 saw completion of the development of 90-seater restaurant and accommodation facility at Cape Morgan Nature Reserve. Visitela, honorable members. We also saw the completion of the hikers' huts at Hulega Nature Reserve and the completion of the construction of Grants Recreational Area and Mobile Beach Ablution in Port Alfred. At the heart of the manufacturing sector is the automotive industry, which has been playing a significant role in keeping our economy afloat. The Auto Week that we attended in October 2022 gave us an opportunity to hear from the industry the challenges they are experiencing and the kind of support they need from government. What came out strongly is that the government must accelerate the finalization of its policy position on electric vehicles, so we remain competitive as a country, and this is key to survival of the auto sector in the Eastern Cape in the future. Honorable Deputy Speaker, through our Manufacturing Support Center, we supported a total of 58 automotive and non-automotive companies with financial and non-financial support, which impacted a total of 1,680 jobs. Also, through our Job Stimulus Fund, 96 companies received funding to the value of 27.8 million, saving 1,536 jobs. We realize progress in the revitalization of state-owned industrial parks. In this regard, the development of the master plan for the Butterworth Industrial Park has been completed, while the one for Fort Jackson Industrial Park in Tanzania is partially completed. Infrastructure upgrades in Dimbaza and Mthatha Industrial Parks have moved to phase 2, which saw the installation of the bulk infrastructure, including access roads, electricity, water, and sewer. Following the fencing of Wild Coast Industrial Park in Mthatha in previous years, we have now moved towards the installation of bulk infrastructure through the appointment of a service provider. And support was also provided to realize our our goal of turning the Wild Coast Industrial Park into a special economic zone. In this regard, an application for SCZ designation was resubmitted to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition in the year under review, following investment pipeline of 1.7 billion that has been secured. The Eastern Cape remains the integral part of the energy sector in the country. Considering our capacity and capability on sustainable energy, during the year under review, we secured 4.6 billion worth of investment for building of further 2 wind farms with a combined capacity of 224 megawatts. Work in that investment is expected to start this year. As things stand, the large-scale wind and solar farms in the province have a capacity to produce 1,509 megawatts of power per hour, which translates to 5.1 billion kilowatts hour of energy per year. One of our proud moments during the year under review was when we handed over an independent mini-grid project to the community of Mtotwa at Upper Blankwater in the Raymond Mhlaba local municipality. They now benefit from a consistent and high-quality supply of electricity that is generated from a combination of solar and wind energy. This was the first of its kind initiative that we delivered through a partnership with the state of Lower Saxony in Germany and other stakeholders. The economic challenges that we are experiencing in the country and the province have dire impact on businesses, especially small enterprises. We therefore needed to come up with strategies that would carry our economy through business support. We are pleased that to announce that the establishment of the Eastern Cape Economic Development Fund was achieved in the year under review. Through the Imvaba Corporate Fund, a total of 27 cooperatives were funded against the target of 25 during the period under review. The amount approved for the 27 is 13.2 million, creating 153 jobs. The adequate implementation of the Local and Regional Economic Development Fund, LRAD, remains a sore point for the department. This manifests itself through poor processing of application. Work is in progress to improve the application processes. We took to ourselves to embark on a process of reviewing the current policy to enable smooth processing of the applications, including enhancing the capacity of the officials in the department so they can provide all the necessary support needed to the applicants. And also, as the department was involved in a number of initiatives that seek to ensure environmental sustainability, we have partnered with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. We have undertaken a project to mainstream climate change into the municipal integrated development plan. In this regard, the department started a process to strengthen municipal IDPs with respect to the climate change response. We continue to work with SABS and NEPA and communities and other relevant stakeholders to fight the poaching of rhinos at our nature reserves. With those relations becoming stronger, there were, however, 12 reported incidences of rhino poaching that occurred at our reserves. It makes me proud, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it makes me proud to report that the department received a clean audit opinion from the Auditor General South Africa for the second year running. Furthermore, 5 of our 6 entities received clean audit opinion, with one receiving unqualified opinion with findings. This proves beyond any reasonable doubt that, we consider financial governance as a vital cog in the service delivery value chain. Our aim is to continue this trajectory so we can build confidence and trust between us and the people of the Eastern Cape. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in terms of the requirements of Section 65(1)(a) of the Public Finance Management Act and Chapter 1, Part 3 of the Public Service Regulation, I hereby table the annual report of the department and its 6 entities for 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you very much, Patiswa. Also, this report stands referred to the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism in terms of Rule 192, subsection 5. I will ask the Secretary to read, thank you, the 14th order of the day.
Introduction of annual report of the Department of Finance and Provincial Expenditure.
Honorable MEC Peters.
Goeienaand, honorable members. This report demonstrates our commitment to achieving the policy priorities outlined in the National Development Plan, Provincial Midterm Strategic Framework and the Provincial Development Plan. And these priorities include the developing an efficient provincial economy that takes advantage of the Eastern Cape's competitive advantages, improving economic infrastructure to promote new economic activities across all regions in the province, and also increasing employment and sustainable livelihood, promoting long and healthy lives, ensuring quality education. We are making progress on all of these fronts. As such, we have supported the development of several economic projects in the Eastern Cape, and we have contributed in the ongoing improvement of the province's infrastructure network. We have also invested in education and healthcare, and we have worked to create jobs and promote sustainable livelihood. I am confident that we will continue to make progress on these important priorities in the coming years. Despite the challenges, we remained committed to allocating resources effectively and efficiently to implement our strategic priorities in line with government policies. We also strengthened our oversight role to improve service delivery and address inefficiencies to ensure financial sustainability. Our fiscal consolidation strategy to stabilize provincial finances focused on cost containment measures that included the following: equitable share formula review. We've worked with National Treasury to review the equitable share formula to ensure that it is responsive to the needs of poor and rural provinces. And implementation of budget ceilings. We implemented budget ceilings and reprioritized funds to key service delivery areas such as education, healthcare, and public safety. We also improved governance and oversight in the province. Managing the wage bill, we maintained spending ceilings by controlling the compensation of employees in the province through participation in the provincial coordinating monitoring team and the centralization of authorization of appointments on PESAL. We also work closely with the Office of the Premier to validate service delivery models and organograms to ensure that our capacity to deliver services was not compromised. This exercise helped the provincial government to improve human resource efficiency and right-size organograms to ensure that they are aligned with organizational goals. It also ensured that human resources are allocated to key service delivery areas and zero-based budgeting. We continue to implement zero-based budgeting to improve provincial spending outcomes and strengthen allocative efficacy, and also reducing government contingency liability cost. We took steps to reduce our government contingency liability cost, such as by renegotiating contracts and settling outstanding debts, and also provincial owned revenue collection. We stepped up our efforts to collect provincial owned revenue to reduce our reliance on transfers from the national government. We collaborated with revenue generating departments in the province to implement the revenue generation enhancement study. Provincial Treasury supported the 4 revenue departments: Public Works and Infrastructure, Health, Transport, and Department of Economic Development and Environmental Affairs to maximize the collection of revenue. We provided specific support to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to maximize revenue from property portfolio. This is an ongoing project, and we hope to achieve our target soon in line with the findings of the study. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we made significant progress on the turnaround interventions, particularly in the Departments of Education, Health and Human Settlements, to curtail the fiscal surge and improve service delivery intervention. To improve service delivery, intervention teams were established to support the turnaround plans in both departments. The Department of Health, the Provincial Treasury support has helped to reduce cash outflows and halt the exponential growth in the number of medical legal cases. The Provincial Treasury has also explored opportunities for efficiencies across the operational systems of the Department of Health, including payroll management, supply chain management system, service optimization, and automation of key business processes. These efficiencies will help to deal decisively with the abnormal accruals and reduce the creditor payment period. And for the Department of Education,
would develop an intervention plan that focused on 5 key areas: HR, accruals, infrastructure, budget and supply chain, and teaching and learning. However, the implementation of this plan has been slow and challenging. Given the slow rate of progress, we are going to recommend to the department and OTP for a revised approach to have intervention integrated into OTP, DOE intervention programs. We also undertook the implementation of intervention program at the Department of Human Settlements towards improving the performance of the department. We are engaging the department to agree on an implementation plan that will cover the standard of credibility of infrastructure reporting, provide pre-accreditation support to municipalities as housing implementing agents, train bid committee members and other supply chain professionals, facilitate the asset migration program, and approve the use of sand repayments for grants. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the rationalization of provincial public entities gained momentum in the year under review. We enlisted the support of GTEC to facilitate key processes towards the completion of the project. Working closely with the affected departments, we intend to complete the rationalization initiative by the end of the 2023-2024 financial year. The EXEC resolution has been fully implemented as the EXEC white paper and the bill were tabled in the Provincial Legislature. The bill is awaiting public consultation with stakeholders for final approval. The ECDC resolution has also been fully implemented as both the shareholder department and board approved a new business strategy for ECDC, which was submitted to Provincial Treasury for review and funding. Provincial Treasury is committed to improving procurement efficiency and creating opportunities for small businesses. To this end, we have tracked various transversal contracting opportunities to help businesses find opportunities to work with government. We also train service providers on how to trade with the government, including registering them on the Central Supplier Database and Logis. Additionally, Treasury has capacitated SMMEs on local procurement, including those owned by women, people with disabilities, young people and military veterans and their departments. This work has helped to make the provincial procurement process more efficient and inclusive. It has also created opportunities for small businesses to grow and thrive. This work is essential in building a strong and sustainable economy for the Eastern Cape. We also supported the department to implement the new preferential procurement regulations of 2022, specifically to set their own specific goals for preferential procurement to support designated groups. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is pleasing to report that Provincial Treasury has achieved clean audit opinion for the 8th successive year. Even more pleasing is to note similar traction in the provincial administration as a whole. This proves that the incumbent administration is determined in building capable, accountable, and responsive institutions to deliver on its mandate. Honorable members, the accomplishment of the organization's strategic outcome is linked to the ongoing development of staff through various training programs. And also, honorable members, to meet established equity goals, the department is actively implementing its employment equity strategy. Women make up 61% of the department staff, while men make up 39%. I must say, treasure, 61 and 39. Women represent 48.2% of SMS employees, but soon will reach 50%, which is less than the target of 50%. People with disabilities make up 2.5% of the whole workforce. Youth constitute 22% of the department workforce. Even in the face of the challenging operational and service delivery environment, the department is still on course to achieving its 5-year strategic outcomes as outlined in the strategic plan. I want to thank the Premier Oscar Mabuyane for his leadership, Head of Department, Mr. Daluhlanga Majeke, and his team for the sterling work they continue to perform in servicing the Eastern Cape and the Portfolio Committee for their guidance and support in the work that we do. I hereby table the annual report for the 2022-2023 financial year of the Department Provincial Treasurer.
Enkosi Mphathiswa. The report referred to the Portfolio Committee on Finance and Provincial Expenditure in terms of Rule 192 subsection 5. Just before I conclude the sitting, honorable members, I think I must further extend my profound apology for the technical glitches and connectivity lapses between us and the Honorable MEC for Transport. And I think all of us, we are aware that we are used to connectivity and virtual platforms. But now that we know there is load shedding and unexpected interruptions, I request that Honorable MECs must always arrange contingencies and formally share the work with their colleagues so that we don't re-experience what the public were viewing this afternoon and us as the sitting. Please accept my apology. It was not by design. Ibizingxelo ke ezizobume bonyaka ezigqithiselwe kwikomiti ngekomiti zendlo-wisomthetho. That concludes the tabling and the business for the day, and the House will adjourn until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 11th of October 2023, for questions to the Premier and debate of motions, 2:15. And we are also further requested to join us for dinner at the dining hall this evening, including our HODs and guests that are here. And the House is adjourned.